30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
There's a lot of thickness.
They didn't have your gimmick though, the cul-de-sac.
Well, whatever.
Yeah,
I'd have to put Linda on all fours and come in there with the finger.
Oh my goodness!
Just to try to get any type of just to get over it all.
Yeah, that's right.
Because I'd probably be in there just going to town thinking that I'm the world champion. She'd be like, "That's all you got,
You're
buddy."
the Brooklyn Brawler.
Putting you over.
I'd be like the goddamn honky tonk man or the Brooklyn Brawler, just a straight jobber.
I got to get numb like Cassie just to hear these details.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
You were right. You're right. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
you just know.
It's kind of like you study it every single day and see how they do it. You kind of takes the air out of your sail.
You're doing it wrong.
Yeah.
What movie does that come from? You're doing it wrong.
Christmas Vacation?
I think it's Dumb and Dumber. You're doing it wrong.
I don't know.
It's Jim Carrey.
It's a legendary line.
Yes, it very much is. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Welcome. How are you today? Thursday, May 22nd. Today's Thursday guest, as always, I shouldn't say guest, today's Thursday co-host, because he's locked in, unless he's traveling or cruising or, you don't miss a lot of Thursdays. You really don't. You only a couple. And
I've got one coming up, and then that's it. And then
really?
It's that's not it forever, but that's it for the foreseeable future. I think I'm gonna miss June. What is it? It would be the 12th.
Gio Malpazier, $50.
Oh man, thank you. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. All at the Bubba Army. You can give directly to the show. Also, BubbaArmyTips.com. But, listen, admittedly, have been a little bit of a slow month this month, Lummy.
Yes, it has.
Thank God for the Rumble push, which probably will help the dollars a little bit. But certainly not when we're small box Willie.
Yeah, it kind of kills it.
Are you going to...
Yeah, I got because I got a meeting with them today anyhow, so...
You do?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So, Lummy, did you send me that picture of my hand?
Yes.
All right. Brian, did you see that did you see my picture on Facebook?
It looked painful.
So
it looked painful. Now you really do look like a gorilla.
I do. I look like a straight gorilla. So finally, it's down to, I'm still probably 20%. My hand's still 20% fatter than my other hand. My hand's probably fat by nature.
The only time I've ever, other than this, seen a hand that's blown up like that is two things. One, during surgery, sometimes they'll have to expand the hand. But then we had a client back in the day. It was a medical malpractice case. She got what was called an IV infiltrate.
Yeah, like
which is where they miss the vein.
Right. And and I don't mean to interrupt you, but like anytime I've gone, like when I went, the last time I was under was for my colonoscopy, I demand. And Dan says that they'll do it, that they put the TT99 juice in my, what is the bend of your elbow, that right in your arm, and avoid my hand, because they like to get the veins in your hand because it's a little more convenient for them. But if you throw a big enough fit, they'll put it, and where your elbow bends, right?
Yeah.
Right there. And so,
well, the hand hurts more too. The elbow bend spot, the hand is, and it's like tender for like a day or two after.
Oh, and sometimes you risk getting this.
Yeah.
And so you said for a medical mal deal, they went in there, tried to fish line your client's nerve out of her. Vein out of her hand, and she blew up like this.
Yeah, they missed, and she blew up, and then they didn't pay attention to it, and she was like gone. So not with it, and it just it created such a horrific injury for her.
So my hand has finally got down to. I'm still, if you look at the screen, I'm still probably 20% puffy, but for once now, I can actually see the beat. Like if you look, you really can't. It was so swollen out here, you can't see where I got stung. Like you can see, okay, that was probably a sting, But now it's swollen down so much, and I've counted my sting marks. I got those little bastards stung me 13 times on my hand. 13. If you look at each individual red dot, which is where they stung me, 13 times on my.
I'm sorry to laugh, but were you just standing there? How does that even happen?
Michael Rucker, 25.
Thank you. It's been a slow day. Here's what happened, Brian.
It's been a slow day. It's been a slow day so far. So we'll pick it up.
It's been a slow month. Here's what happened, B. Is I was at Merch Crick's place spraying for wasps because her house is for sale, and we're trying to sell it. So I can not go to jail for IRS issues. So anyway, there was a table, like an outside, table, an umbrella table.
Yeah.
And the nest was underneath the table, like on the lip of the table towards the, and so I was removing all the chairs, and I was going to wasp spray underneath the table. And like of the gutters and any place that these paper wasps will set up shop. Well, when I grabbed the table, I actually grabbed their nest. And so I felt it, and I immediately tried to get away. I can't believe
Travis Carrico, $50.
Thank you. Slow month Willie.
So it's not true that you climbed a tree and found honey and tried to reach in and eat it out like Winnie the Pooh?
No.
Okay.
No. And isn't it amazing where, like, if you watch nature and you'll watch, like, bears will go in there and they'll literally eat the entire honeycomb, and there's 4 zillion bees stinging the apps. They're actually eating the bees too.
Yeah, I think they're pretty immune to it.
Yeah, I mean,
like evolutionary type of deal,
Yeah. So as soon as I felt the paper nest, I immediately pulled my hand away. And I can't believe they didn't sting the palm of my hand, because that's what touched it first. But I think that just woke them up.
Yeah, they probably went around it.
I immediately tried to vacate the area, and I looked like Ricky Bobby running from the imaginary fire in Talladega.
Neil Malpazir, $100.
And I was like, Neil Malpazir, Hall of Famer.
Slow month fun.
These guys are all the man.
And I'm running, and I'm hitting my hand, and I didn't know that these paper wasps are a breed of wasp where most bees and things like that, they can only sting you once, and they leave the stinger in, and then they die.
Yeah, these ones stink for a while.
These paper wasps, they can nail you 50 times. They can nonstop. They don't lose their stinger, and they can just keep hitting you.
And you want to talk about an insect that has no value in terms of, like, it doesn't do anything for anybody or anything. It's not really like a valued part of the ecosystem. They're just a predator.
No, I do think that they do eat. I think they eat mosquitoes.
They eat mosquitoes
and things, but you know what?
They can't eat that many.
Yeah, they can't eat enough to. They can't. Wasps can't eat, and they pollinate. I heard too. But I'll take a couple of the flowers dying and getting bit by a few more mosquitoes, not to have those mother effers around, because they release a pheromone that let their other boys know to attack.
Oh yeah,
and they start attacking. So my entire right side of my leg, and then 13 stings on my hand. I was like, I almost jumped in the pool, but I had my iPhone, and I mean, oh my God. And it really, I don't know if the venom or the poison or whatever that they put in you that makes you swell up, but I felt like lethargic and had like flu-like symptoms.
So I'd gotten, for the first time in my life, stung by one of them in the head, on the side of my head above my ear.
Oh my God. Like right on your hairline, kind of?
Right on the side of my head, right above my ear.
Right.
Like right, I actually can remember the spot. And
just one.
Just one. My daughter had left her bike down by the tree in our front yard, and I went to just stand it up on the tree so it wasn't on the ground. And I'm so glad my daughter didn't touch the tree, because there was a paper wasp nest hidden inside the tree, like in the branches.
And they can kill. Listen, there's people that have
you can
died.
have a reaction to it, and she's a little girl, so I was much happy. So all of a sudden I hear and because it was right by my ear. And it got me in the head.
Like Donald Trump getting hit in Butlers.
So I went inside immediately, rinsed off the area, put an ice pack on it, and mine wasn't swollen, but for like 7 or 8 hours. The next day it was still a little bit tender, but the swelling went down. But just one sting.
Well, this happened on Saturday.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
And I'm still, probably 15% puffy.
Well, I got stung twice and looked like I got sniped when I was getting ice at the concert because I got stung by a wasp. I talked to Ashley that night and said,
"You mean while you were VIPing?"
Well, yeah, I was VIPing, but getting ice like a bitch running it, and I had 2 bags over my shoulders, and I started feeling like I was getting shot in my stomach. And I went down and I tripped over a pallet and fell, and the ice went everywhere, and I kept getting stung in my stomach.
So hold on. You're schlepping 2 bags of ice over your shoulders
from
like
ice machine,
you're a real rugged son of a bitch, headed to wherever, and you start getting nailed in the stomach with wasps, and you fall over a pallet.
Yeah, and I thought I was getting shot or something.
All the ice breaks open.
Yeah,
right.
So I look and I start having these like red bumps starting to swell up on my stomach, and I'm like, what the hell is going on here? And I finally I swatted my neck because they started going for my neck. I swatted them later that night because my stomach was like, I was feeling like crap, and my stomach was getting all red and itchy.
I think they release like their venom kind of makes you sick.
Yeah. Well, I call Ashley. She pretty much called me a big pussy and sent me your picture and said, "Do you want to see what a bee sting looks like?"
Did she really?
Yeah. She goes, way to try to look like Bubba while you're not even around,
Way to
Bubba.
be Bubba. You Mark.
Yeah.
Bubba, I'm joining you, Bubba.
Oh,
yeah. I said, well, there goes my story. I'm a pussy. I got stung by a couple bees. You got stung by 13.
13 on the hand and probably another 10 on the leg. And oh my God, it's just now starting to get, it's good. I can do it. I'm like, it doesn't hurt. It's still a little puffy, but man, it is not. Now we have these mud daubers up at the track, and the way you tell the difference is a mud dauber, and I know you guys have all seen it, a mud dauber's nest looks like mud. It literally looks like dirt, dry dirt on the like up by your gutter.
And it'll stain your house, and it's hard to get rid of those.
It is, but they're not nearly as aggressive, and their stings. I've been stung by them. They kind of hurt at first, but they don't have any really reactionary type deal. Like they don't puff up or anything like that. They just like hurt. And they're not real aggressive. They don't call their boys. Like they don't release a pheromone and 14 of their buddies come and get you. They just leave you alone. But these paper wasps, and the reason why they call them paper wasps is because their nests look like paper. And we've all seen those too. That's what's kind of indigenous down here are paper wasps and mud daubers. And the mud daubers are a walk in the park compared to these paper wasps. They're just straight dicks. So stay away from those. You know what also kills them immediately, Lummy? Brake fluid.
Yeah.
If you shoot brake cleaner on them.
That's what every redneck up there told me to spray into the ice machine was go get some brake fluid or some WD-40.
Yeah, WD-40 kills them too.
Yeah.
Long time now
has Seth never been stung? Is he impervious?
I don't know. Seth, have you ever been stung?
I haven't.
As a kid, maybe?
But if you have, Call now. We would love to hear your stinging story.
Hold on, your stinking story.
Get those phones
Phone
buzzing.
lines open now. 813-90 Bubba for your stinking story now. Was it a mud dauber, yellow jacket, and/or paper wasp? Tell us how much you swelled up.
You might get a prize back if it was a hornet.
You didn't. You've never been stung.
I did, man, but it's not. I don't have like an exciting breakdown story. I got stung. It hurt like a bitch, and now I've moved on with my life.
20 years later, you've forgiven.
I've forgiven. I've forgotten.
I had a friend that when I was growing up died from these things. His name was Thomas, and he was in the woods looking for a mood ring that his girlfriend had lost.
Jesus.
No,
He wasn't his girlfriend, it was his friend.
No. Hold on.
He's doing the Bubba.
Are you being?
Jeez Louise.
He's being. It's
All right.
the
My Girl?
It's a movie, My Girl, with Macaulay Culkin.
Oh, okay.
He took 100 bee stings and he took a lick.
Thank you.
He was
Seth,
allergic.
I almost need you as my Brian debunker. Thank you.
Well, you know what? He made that reference. He made that reference, I think, last week, too. I don't know why he's getting all these My Girl 2 references in, but
I think
They're redoing the movie.
I think he's really weird, and he watches obscure movies to be able to, name drop them somehow on the show.
Anna Chomsky's going to be the mom now, and her kid dies from bee stings.
Every day, Lummy, we've been opening up with the death of a famous person, Jim Irsay, which now this was the guy. His father was the one that moved the Colts originally in the Mayflower midnight move from Baltimore to Indianapolis. This was this guy's dad, right?
Yes.
This was Jimmy Irsay. The other was the other one Jim Irsay, or was this what was the other? What was his dad's name? I know his dad died a while back.
Wasn't it Robert Irsay? Bob Irsay?
Bob, I think it was Bob or Irsay. Yeah. Well, anyway, Jimmy Irsay died at age 65 last night. The owner of the Colts. Now, does he have? When these. Like when George Halas died, the Bears stayed in the Halas family and eventually went down to was Virginia McCaskey his daughter?
Granddaughter, I believe.
Was it his granddaughter? Okay, so but it stayed in the family. It stayed in the famly.
He's got 2 girls and somebody named Kaylin, so maybe that's a girl or a boy, but he definitely has 2 girls. I imagine his daughter Carly Irsay Gordon is expected to take control.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, Irsay was a wild one. He would do a bunch of pills and then start tweeting, right?
Yeah.
This guy's crazy.
Hopefully his daughter's just as nuts.
Scout and Big Gulp, the standard gift for the Brian, the baby-faced appearance, $25 for Scout and Big Gulp.
Love you, ladies. Stay safe out there.
$100.
Wow.
Hierarchy, a hun.
I'm so humbled, everyone. I love you all.
Jimmy Irsay would get all pilled up and do midnight tweets. Did he
have a couple DUIs?
Yeah, he had 3 DUIs, and he was cool. I think that Carly Irsay has been running the Colts like for the last couple, maybe like a while. I think that he brought her in
when he went to rehab in 2014.
Right. So like 10 years, that's what I had thought. Jim's dedication and passion to the Indianapolis Colts, in addition to his generosity, commitment to the community, and most importantly, his love for the family, were unsurpassed. Our deepest sympathies go to his daughter, Carly Irsay Gordon, and Casey Foyt. I wonder if Casey Foyt, if that's...
it's got to be, right? It's Indiana.
Although AJ's not from Indiana, AJ's from Houston.
Yeah, but he made his living in Indiana.
Made all of his fame in Indiana.
Yeah.
Irsay had a profound impact on the franchise, blah, 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 blah. I want to see if it's going to say who's going to do the day-to-day.
Carly, I already said. I confirmed that.
Okay, fantastic. Man,
respiratory illness got him.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Like COPD? I don't know.
He was having a lot of heart issues.
Was he smoking? What did he smoke?
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm sure this guy did everything.
He did everything, yeah.
Cigarettes were probably the lesser of the evils that he did, right?
Syrup, painkiller, cigarettes, weed, Hennessy vodka.
Once fully constructed, the Golden Dome will be capable of intercepting.
This wasn't. It was a click on maybe for Jimmy Irsay story, and I got the Donald Trump Golden Dome story.
Was Irsay going to be an early investor in the Golden Dome?
I don't know. Maybe he was.
Irsay got 86th, man.
I'm trying to play this pre-roll, Lummy, to see if indeed this is a Jimmy Irsay story.
It was last night. They did like a 2-minute piece on him.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
on probably
ABC,
dating back to when his father midnight moved.
Yeah,
Boy,
like when
his
he
dad
started
got
being
so
a
much
ball
heat
boy.
when they pulled out of Baltimore in the middle of the night. Remember that?
Yeah.
Once fully constructed,
No.
the Golden Dome
The
will
Golden
be
Dome.
capable of
We're gonna have a golden dome. Nobody's gonna be able to penetrate us.
All Jim Irsay's stories have to have Trump audio. That's the rule.
Longtime agent of Michael Jordan, David Folk, doesn't even rank LeBron James as a top 2 player of all time. I really like LeBron, but I think that if Jordan had I love this explanation. I really like LeBron, but I think if Jordan had cherry picked what teams he wanted to be on, and 2 other superstars, he would have won 15 championships. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree. He would have probably won 10.
Well, let's not underestimate how good Scottie Pippen was with him. I mean, he had somebody who on another team could have been a superstar in his prime, and was a very good player.
Yeah,
and Pippen went on to put up good numbers after Jordan left.
And when he went to Portland,
yeah,
he didn't really do anything.
No, I'm saying with the years when Jordan wasn't in Chicago, Pippen was still putting up good numbers.
Was he?
Yeah, they were still a playoff team with Pippen.
Pippen.
But was
good,
Michael still putting up good numbers too?
Well, Michael was playing baseball and running away from his gambling problems and getting his dad murdered.
LeBron always
in that order.
But LeBron always handpicked somebody with a running mate. I mean, when he went back to Cleveland, he had Kyrie. When he went to Miami, he had Bosh and Wade. When he went to Los Angeles, they got Anthony Davis for him. I mean, they've always had to get somebody for LeBron.
Every Batman has had a Robin
but Michael didn't.
That's done well in the NBA.
How many championships did Michael win? Did he win any?
0 without Scotty.
After Scotty left?
0 without Scotty.
Is that why Scotty's so butthurt? Because he doesn't get near the.
Scotty just needs to be cool about it. His life would be a lot better. I mean, it's not like he was going to get to do TV.
His life would have been a lot better had he not signed that really bad deal that they locked him in on. Remember, they got him when he was like the second or third year in, and the money seemed really, really good at the time. And then he goes on to win 3 championships, and now the money that they're paying him is peanuts compared to what he could be getting. But the real piece of shiz owner of the Bulls and the White Sox held him to the deal, remember?
Jordan told him not to sign it, too.
And Jordan told him, don't sign that deal, man.
Jerry Reinsdorf.
Don't sign that deal. And Reinsdorf, now, as an owner, I think you can rip up a guy's deal and do a new deal, can't you?
You could always renegotiate and change the terms.
Right,
yeah, you could do it.
So after Scotty won X amount of championships on a bad deal, on a deal that they got him to sign when he was, relatively new to the league and not a lot of money, and the deal that they put in front of him seemed pretty cool. It wasn't so cool after he showed how good he was, how much of a compliment he was to Michael Jordan, and 3 championships, 3 of 6. Didn't they win 6?
They won 6.
Yeah, they won 3 of 6 at that time. Then the deal sucked. Then the deal was horrible.
Well, yeah, he was the 6th highest paid Bull at the time.
Yeah, hold on. He was the 6th highest paid Bull. I mean, I bet you Will Purdue made more than him.
Oh, I'm sure.
I
Him
mean,
and Bill Whittington.
Boy, if anybody, not to get too sportsy, but last night it was the Pacers and the Knicks, and boy, was it a shootout. Oh my God, the Pacers and the Knicks. You got the whole thing, Lummy. Is this the?
We're gonna play the whole game and just sign off right now.
No, we're not gonna play the whole game. We're just gonna play. You didn't see any of the highlights last night?
No, I woke up this morning and read that Halliburton hit a clutch 3-pointer to force overtime, and then the Pacers took it.
I'm trying to find, Lummy, the highlights of the game. I do have. Yeah,
let me get him back for you then. For the game, let me pull him back up.
Pull him back up and send him to me for the game. So listen to this, Brian.
That looks like, isn't that what you have there?
No, hold on.
I mean, that's literally it right there.
Yeah, this is it. And I had to stop it. Okay, so here's the deal. No, but this is only with 7.3
Yeah, that's all we
left.
need to see.
No. You need to see. You need to see it all.
The Pacers were down 9 with 52 seconds left.
I'll better you.
Oh, man.
I'll better you because you sent me the email, bud. They were down 17 with 6 minutes. This is what Seth wrote me. Listen to this. They were down. Send me the whole highlights if you can, let me.
All right.
They were down. This is the controversial 3 that the Pacers thought they had won. but
I
Halliburton's
see full
foot.
game highlights.
Okay. Halliburton's foot was on the line. Let me get this for you from Lummy here. Full game highlights. Boom.
Bam.
Bam.
Taylor, umpire.
All right, so let me go to.
If you want to go to where they're down by 7 with a minute left, it's 5:20.
Put away, and he does.
No. Oh, it's 5:20.
5:20, yeah.
Okay, hold on here.
Are you sure we shouldn't start with the first quarter and kind of work our way through?
Well, I mean, it's quite long. It's 7 minutes.
Yeah, because 5:20 looks like it's 123 to 115 to 38 seconds.
I want to go to the fourth quarter. So, Brian, fourth quarter, 6 minutes and 46 seconds left. That's where I want to go to, Lummy. So about right here.
All right.
So about right
down
here.
16 with
Down-
7:18 left.
Down 17 at 6:4. We're not quite there. At 6:46 left, they're down 17. At 2 minutes and 40 seconds left, they're down 14.
Whew.
At fifth. Now here's where it really starts getting mind-boggling. At 52 seconds left, 52 seconds, they're down 9. They're down 9 with 52. Now, what's the shot clock in the NBA? 30?
24 seconds.
24
sir.
seconds.
30.
Okay, but hold on. Okay, if you 2 24s is 48 seconds, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's if they're not fouling you.
Okay, so I don't even know. I don't know how the Knicks lose that ball game. If you're
miss free throws, turnovers. I mean, there's it's happened before, and it's happened in Indiana versus the Knicks, the Reggie Miller game.
And then hold on, the best of all is Halliburton turns to the crowd and gives them the Reggie Miller choke sign.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, yeah.
I'm glad they didn't tee him up for that.
Oh yeah.
Because
So here we go. Here is, I mean, I wouldn't say maybe necessarily the greatest comeback in NBA history, but within NBA playoffs, this has to be one of them. When you're down 17 with 6 minutes and 40
No, I mean, I think the more impressive part is 14 with 2-something left.
Yeah.
I mean, that's you cut 4 or 5 minutes off the clock, and you've only cut 2 points or 3 points into that lead.
Right. So you've cut 4 minutes off the clock. You've cut 3 minutes and 54 seconds off the clock, and you've really only advanced 3 points. You went from being 17 down to 14 down. But but from 240 to 52, you cut it from 14 down to 9. Again, that's only 5. Here's the biggest. This is the biggest comeback ever. Down by 9 with 52 left. Here we go.
Into Towns. Got it. Fouled in the first couple of the playoffs.
So here it is, Lummy. I think, is that 17 or is
That's
that
14, buddy.
Yeah.
It's 24 left.
17 points. 6:24 left. And Knicks are hitting threes still. Like, he killed him. This guy was absolutely
Impressive.
All right, so again, what are we now here? 2:58, down by 11, right?
Yeah, and the Knicks have the ball.
Knicks got the ball down. So now what are we?
2:47, and they're up by 14.
My, that's Steph Curry type distance. Is
I
it
mean,
not?
they can all do it now. The game, they really need to just extend the 3-point line even further back.
They need to put the 3-point line.
You got to hit from the logo.
But right from the tip of the logo, right here. Right?
Yeah, these guys are just too good.
8% Halliburton.
I mean, straight net too.
The 7-footers are doing it now. Like, everybody can shoot the 3.
Yeah, I mean, the centers are doing it now.
Well, you have to. If you want to make it in this league as a big man, you have to have an inside-out game.
Down by 11, 2:11 left. Down by 11. So what do we got now?
Down by 7 with 105, but I'm guessing
So that's now. So now we got, Brian, what
we got 40 seconds. They're down by 8.
40 seconds, and the Hicks got the ball.
His feet started at the logo when he caught that ball.
I think so. Hold on.
He's just outside.
All right, so now we're down by
5 with 28 left.
Seth, is normally this Neesmith guy this unconscious, or is he just having I know Halliburton, they got the other big guy, but is this Neesmith guy normally, this lights out?
No. He made a name for himself last night.
Right. Is he sixth guy off a bench, or is he starting shooting guard?
Pacers are pretty deep, man. They run 8 or 9 guys, so
okay.
I think he's a rotation.
All right, so now
his great-great-great-great-great-grandfather actually invented the game on a plantation in Georgia or something.
Picking peanuts or cotton?
No, peach baskets.
3.
So down by 3, 13 seconds, 13.9 seconds left. The 23 Neesmith cat.
Smith.
Foul.
They're going to call it on the floor. Right, and you guys talked about that on the floor because you can't.
All right, so
the Knicks fouled intentionally on. I mean, not an intentional foul, but purposefully fouled to stop them from making a 3 to tie the game there.
And did he hit free throws?
Yeah, he hit them both. And so now it's a 1-point game. The Knicks are bringing in the ball.
All you got to literally do is get the ball and then hit your foul shots because you know they're going to foul. And what you do, Bubba Knight will tell you, is that you tell your center, under any circumstances, you're not catching the ball. We're going to overload, our best free throw shooters. We're going to pick. We're going to do the swing and fence pick so that our best free throw shooter.
Probably did not want Anunoby at the line.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say.
But you can't pass into a corner and let your guy get trapped. I mean, that's what they did there,
that's
and
mistake
he was
number
dead
one.
meat. Yeah.
Mistake number one is you got your guy trapped in the corner. He should have done a give and go, and then the football passed it. So he miss? He made one.
He made 1 of 2.
He made one. 6.2 seconds left. 6.7 seconds left. Down by 2. Pacers get the ball and quickly realizes now they kind of gave him the inside position to tie it up. I mean, he made the basketball move to get open.
Quickly fouled by Siakam.
Now watch this, Brian. Watch this. I mean, this happens 1 in 50 shots. Okay, you ready?
The win
I mean,
that's crazy. And they thought it was for the win, but his foot was on the line.
Right.
His right foot touched the line.
Right. But I mean, balls that hit the rim don't usually.
His hands, guys. Look at him.
They go through the celebration, but they realize that his foot was on the line. So at that point, Seth, is overtime 5 minutes?
Yeah.
I think overtime's 5 minutes. I think.
Yep. You're correct.
New York is 11 of 29 shooting threes.
We went way back.
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
We're good now. We get it. And then the Pacers ended up winning.
This is the big line caper right here.
He certainly got it off in plenty of time.
Oh, I think that's a 2.
That is a 2. You're right.
I think that's going to be a 2.
That only ties the game. That ties the game. We're going to be going to overtime. We sure are. And he tried to give your choke sign to the Knicks, and the game's not over.
Wow. Just that shot alone not being a ball that doesn't go in because you hit it off the back of the rim. You don't see that ever. Ever.
That toe on the line. Yep.
All day. I mean, plain as day. Not even, plain as day.
Yeah, there's no controversy.
There's no controversy there. Plain as absolute day.
120.
And I mean, you know what? That 23 dude, he defended him, man. I mean, look at the 23 dude. He's up in his grill. Then they went on to score 13 in the overtime, and they won. Seth, you were saying, I think yesterday, that the Pacers, the Hicks, were going to get their ass kicked. And that they were going to get steamrolled by the Knicks. Does this eliminates home court advantage? It's a push now, right?
Yeah,
it's a push.
Well, it's not a push now. Pacers technically control home court advantage.
That's right.
They have 3 of the 6 games.
Does it go? Does the NBA go 2-2, 1-1? No, 2-2. No, 2-2, 1-1.
Yeah, they go 2-2, 1-1.
2-2, 1-1. So now it goes back to Indiana.
No, they got another game in New York.
Oh, they got another game in New York.
Yeah, it's one. That was the first game, right, Seth?
So it's Oklahoma. They've staggered it now so that we got a game every night.
Yeah.
So tonight's Oklahoma. Is it Minnesota?
Yeah. Minnesota doesn't really have a chance in that series.
Where the hell did they come from?
Who? Minnesota? I mean, they have Anthony Edwards.
They were in the Western Conference Finals last year
against Denver,
Dallas.
Against Dallas. Man, Dallas was that close last year to making it with the.
I mean, Luka pretty much single-handedly carried them to the NBA Finals.
Why do you trade that guy?
because they set it up so that they got Cooper Flag. It was a big conspiracy.
Yeah, but I mean, I'll take Cooper Flag's.
Cooper Flag's going to be the single most marketable player ever.
Is he going to be the next? Is going to be the next Larry Bird?
That's what they're banking on. White American male basketball player.
How tall is Cooper Flag?
6'8".
So he's Larry Bird was 6'9". Is he a forward, shooting small forward?
He is everything, man. The kid. He's 6'9". He's 6'9".
Does he got? Can he handle the ball?
He can do it all.
Is he like a Magic Johnson?
He is a Swiss Army knife.
Magic Johnson. Remember one time they had him play center.
No, he played all 5 positions. Cooper Flag could play anywhere on the court. Yeah.
So I know you guys make fun of me when I get a story from my AOL, but I'm a big Jennifer Lawrence fan. I am. I really am. And they're like, this is her best. I was reading something, and it's the Cannes. Is it the Cannes Film Festival right now, or it just ended, or something?
Trump's hosting a film festival.
No, Cannes. Oh, I get it. Calling him like he's a con.
Convict.
Con man.
Convict music.
Either way you want to go there. That's the two cons.
Con.
Yeah. So anyway, they're like, oh my God, Jennifer Lawrence. Now she's done some great films, and I've been a big fan of hers. She was really super hot in the Hunger Games, and she's
playing that young teenage girl.
Whatever she was playing, I was digging. So I was thinking, they're like, Jennifer. Well, you can see the headlines. Jennifer Lawrence gives her best performance yet in Die My Love. So I'm like, well, okay, I'm gonna find this trailer, Die My Love, and I'm gonna watch it because maybe this might be. I'm a Jennifer Lawrence fan, and might be something. I'm looking for a new show. Landman's done, Tulsa King's done, 1923's done. Yellowstone, is it coming back? Isn't it coming back for one more six episode set? Or is Yellowstone done?
I thought Yellowstone was done, but they did have a couple of rumors, but I haven't seen anything.
I heard Costner had a big falling out with that Taylor guy.
Oh, he did.
Yeah. So
yeah, but in the first episode of this past season of Yellowstone, they killed Costner. Episode 1, they killed him. So I thought maybe they were coming back with one. Let me look. So I don't have any shows to watch at all. And I'm like, well, maybe the new Jennifer Lawrence, it's got all these accolades at the Cannes Film Festival. Die My Love. They're saying it's her best performance ever. So I'll pull up the trailer. Wait till you see this garbage. I'll do it next.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
she may like it too.
What's it called, bud?
Running Point. So essentially, the plot is Kate Hudson was the daughter of a basketball team owner. It's supposed to be the Lakers.
She's supposed to be Jeannie Buss.
We watched this. We watched the preview.
Yeah, we watched the trailer.
What's it called?
Running Point.
I already saw the whole thing.
Oh yeah, it was good.
Yeah, it was. It was very good. And who was the blonde in it?
Kate Hudson.
Yeah, she's Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn's daughter.
Yep, correct.
Right.
Yeah,
I watched it. It was good.
All right, everybody.
Unless I have more episodes. Was there 6 episodes?
No, there was 8 or 9 on that one, I think.
Running Point. I need to look.
Yeah, you guys talked about it already.
Is it on Netflix?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. We got a game show today. The return of Twink Martindale. Good morning, Organic Gene. When Quinn the Eskimo gets here, everybody's gonna jump for joy. Come on without, come on within. You've not seen nothing like the mighty Quinn.
Have you been keeping up with the P. Diddy shit?
Not really. Dude's guilty. I don't care what, the case ends up showing.
Oh, no. He's guilty. They just probably fucked up in charging him.
I don't know.
No, I mean, he's guilty of every... But I'm just saying, they may have Casey Anthony'd him and, didn't get the right... I mean, I don't know if they fucking... If the government... I don't know.
Karaoke requests are $20, guys. $20 in chat during Hot Mic. And
I mean, I think he's guilty of everything that they say, but it's a little tic-tacky, I think, because, I mean, I think that they're calling prostitution sex trafficking when it's just straight prostitution. I hire this guy to come over and fuck my girl, and I pay him. That's not human trafficking. Human trafficking is having somebody locked up in a fucking shed and...
Well, or withholding their passport. I mean, there's different ways that they do it.
There's but calling the fucking Punisher to come over and blast Cassie because you have erectile dysfunction and then have the Punisher pee on her, that's probably not human trafficking.
Yeah.
That's prostitution. Yeah, all day.
They say it's your birthday. Happy birthday to you. They say it's your birthday. We're gonna have a good time. They say it's your birthday. That's for Snizzo Slizzler. He requested it.
Let me, I'm gonna do a skag gimmick.
Okay, Bubba. There's no requests, so there won't be any singing. That's the orders I've been given by Bubba is if you give $20, I can sing your song during Hot Mic, but if there's no money involved, I gotta shut up. My birthday's Valentine's Day, Joe. I don't make a big deal about it because I'm not 6 years old.
But
how do you sing like a fern? A femme? I don't know what you're talking about. How do I sing like a femme? Like, what's feminine about me singing?
Maybe they're saying the violent femmes. I blow like a blister in the sun. Let me go on.
We're not allowed to give.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
So this past Sunday, I was a little torn when it was Tony Stewart, good friend of mine of 25 plus years, versus Justin Ashley in the Skag Top Fuel Dragster Finals of Chicagoland.
Did Justin Ashley mow him down?
No, both had 0.6. Both were in the 0.6. And by the way, Justin Ashley is like RT reaction time king. Like in the entire NHRA series, no matter what class you're in, Justin Ashley, the driver of the Skag Top Fuel Dragster, is noted to being the best. He's the Michael Jordan of reaction time. Tony pulled one out of his ass and matched him. They're both in the 6s. And Tony beat the Justin Ashley and the Skag Machine to win his second Wally. We want to have Tony on next week. Also trying to get Dion on next week and Shiloh.
Nice.
But Lummy, let's not. I got another little skag nugget, if you will. You know, Rainey, our famous realtor from Oklahoma.
Yeah.
She texts Merch Crick yesterday, Erica, and she's like, "Guess where I am right now?" And we're like, "What? Selling a new house?" showing a new house, being the realtor that you are? She's like, no, I'm at my local skag dealer in Oklahoma, and I'm buying, I think she bought a Turf Cat 2 or a Cheetah 2. So Rainey, our, Bubba Army royalty, she was out in Oklahoma yesterday buying a brand new skag. She went to skag.com. She found out where her nearest dealer was. And because she listens to the show.
You know, ladies riding skags is a very popular Instagram page.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Well, we should start one.
If you're not driving a skag, you're a not rugged guy.
It really would be a great saying if we could finish it, but we can't. But it would be great. If you're not driving a skag, you're a not so great person.
Not a rugged guy.
Lummy, I'm trying to see 33607. I don't think there's any dealers really close to us. I mean, has me in.
Well, yeah, you're in Milwaukee.
Yeah, it has me in Milwaukee.
But we can hit up Oklahoma. I mean, right?
Yeah, it's not that far of a drive.
She did.
Those skags get good gas mileage. You can ride that baby all the way back to Tampa.
I'll tell you what gets the best gas mileage ever is my 3-cylinder Kohler diesel 72-inch skag that I got at the track. That thing.
You only fill it up once a year.
I mean, I'm telling you right now, I can go 8 hours on a tank of gas because you're only running about 2,000 RPM or so.
Plus, you got the red line in it.
Well, I do. I don't use red line oil in the skag. I take it down to Mike's Lawnmower when I need serviced, and they put whatever skag approved oil is.
I have a feeling it's going to be Average Joe's T and K over in Port Richey is our closest.
I can't even get.
I'm watching you scroll through the United States.
What state are you in?
I think he's in Georgia right now.
I think I'm in.
Georgia,
There we go.
You know there's other ways of doing this, Bubs, right?
I don't
You're
know.
the Gulf of America.
We're going down the.
We're going down the coast tonight. Yeah, we're going down. We're in Crystal River right now.
Bubba, do you think that
we're in Tarpon Springs?
Bubba, do you think that Brian could use one since he's the head of the HOA or whatever of his community?
I think Brian probably has a lawn service.
No, I know, but if he just hopped on the skag, don't you think it would save a tremendous amount of money and bring a lot of camaraderie to the neighborhood?
I think if Brian's fellow men neighbors in his little HOA community that he's the head of saw him whip out a badass zero-turn skag, that they would have a little bit more appreciation for his ruggedness. Yes, I do think so.
I don't do it because I don't want to steal all the wives in the neighborhood,
They would always say, God, not only is he attorney, but he drives a skag.
HOA president, attorney, and rides a skag?
No, not only rides a skag, owns, maintenances it. You have the special...
Could you imagine him shirtless with a Bubba straw hat on, just out there, just in the elements?
Just skagging it.
Yeah.
Just straight skagging it. If you don't drive a skag, you're a not-so-cool person. Go to skag.com, find your dealer nearest you like my girl Rainey did. Is that Rainey on the phone line, Lummy? I told her to call in.
That is our buddy who does not drive a skag.
I love those organic planned call-ins so somebody can talk about their lawnmower.
Listen, Rainey texts Erica yesterday and said, guess where I'm at? She takes a picture of her new skag that she just got at her skag dealer in Oklahoma. She's like, is there a Bubba discount code or anything like that? I'm like, I don't think there is.
Boomer Sooner 10 off.
So I don't think that Randy, my buddy Randy, who owns the company, has established, go to your local skag dealer and mention Bubba Army and get 10% off, although maybe I should do that. But I go, no, but just tell your dealer that to send back to corporate skag, more importantly to Randy and or Maria, that you listen to the Bubba show. Otherwise you wouldn't really know much about skag, and it's hard telling what type of zero-turn mower you would end up with. They make... Listen, skags are in some instances a little more expensive, but they're so much more. They're simpler. They're well built. They don't break down. You get what you pay for, and you can go out like when you walk into Home Depot or you walk into Lowe's. They got their whatever. I don't even know what brand they carry. Ego or whatever the hell they call. I don't even know. Just some bullcrap or a Bad Boy,
John Deere,
or an X-Mark, or just there's all types of different type of skid steers out there. None of them compare to a skag. None of them are built better. None of them are tougher. None of them are easier to work on. than a Skag. Go to skag.com, hit the find your dealer. In some instances, Lummy, they're kind of rare.
I did ours, and if I don't know if you hit the right button, but yeah, it looks like there's about 4 or 5 around us.
If you're on a deer, you're a queer. If you're not on a Skag,
then you're worse than that. If you're on a deer, you're a queer. If you're on a Skag, you're not so cool. Anyway, go to skag.com. Randy and my girl Maria, better known as the Glue, they're just
ask for the Brett Favre, and they'll know what you're talking about.
Yeah, ask for the Brett Favre. That's when they'll hang up on you and say you're not getting anything, my friend.
Oh boy.
Anyway, Skag, the official lawnmower of the Bubba the Love Sponge show. God, I've been with them now for going on 3 years, and I have a 70. This is what I got at the track.
It's only been 3 years. It's felt like 10.
I got a 72-inch Turf Tiger 2, the Apex Predator, Lummy, 3-cylinder Kubota. Is it not Kubota? No, it's not a. It's I forget what the
Cummins.
No, what's my motor? It might be a Kubota. I don't know what the motor is. I forget what the hell it is.
Suzuki?
No, here it is.
It's a Kubota.
It's a Kohler.
You don't have the Kubota?
It's the 72-inch Kohler.
It's got a sink?
Three-cylinder diesel that can literally cut through anything. This is what I got right here. Diesel powered. I got the Kubota 72V25K KBD.
Wow.
The Kubota diesel powered liquid cooler. That's what I got. 72 inches. So, but you can get the big block, you can get the Vanguard big block, you can get the Kohler Command Pro EFI. I don't know. I think they're making electric ones now too.
Yeah, they were on there.
I think they're making electric ones
they
now
are.
too.
There's I think one.
Boogie Woogie.
I think they have one.
It's
of
the
them
Boogie
on there.
Woogie. It's called the Boogie Woogie. Yes.
It's electric. Boogie Woogie Woogie.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, the electric mowers, EVZ, Bubba.
Okay, it's what?
The EVZ.
The EVZ. If you want to be Johnny Electric,
electrify your lawn care lineup.
Right, with your electric. See, that's what Brian would get. Would be the EVZ.
Why didn't they call it the Boogie Woogie Woogie? That's a genius marketing.
Because I don't think the average guy.
You can mow it. It's electric. Boogie Woogie Woogie.
Anyway, just go to skag.com, find your nearest dealer, truck on down there. They got the Windstorm, they got, Cedars, they got anything. They got the Lummy, the new stand-up Jackal mini skid steer.
They have the Jackal? Do they have the White Snake?
No, they got, did you know why they called their mini skier the Jackal? Because their competition's mini skid steer is called the Dingo, and the
Jackals eat dingoes.
Jackals eat. Thank you, Seth.
Thank you.
That's right.
Because the dingo's a little bitch.
Their competition's called a dingo. They're little bitches, and guess what kills dingoes? Jackals.
I had a dingo that bent me over a Skag.
I think we should probably move on now. Skag.com, hit find your dealer and shop away. So as I was talking about...
Let me cut that from the air check. Thank you.
Yeah, I already made the note.
Thank you.
No, keep it. It's organic. It's organic, and I lie.
It's troubling.
Let's go to the phone line, see if any callers are on the line that will talk about their new mower.
Charlie's there, and we're not going to answer that phone call.
It's Blade Talk with Bubba the Love Sponge. How often do you sharpen your blades?
Triple blade talk, baby. Don't think that my 72 doesn't got 3 blades rolling in there, kiddo.
I thought you'd give Charlie one call a day.
Oh, jeez.
I don't know. I do, but let's let him stem. Let's let him crock pock a little bit.
The guy was on suicide watch on Monday, and now we're making him swing.
Oh, he just hung up.
Oh boy.
Okay.
He'll be back.
Well,
Something's trying to get in before the 7 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
Call 899 if you're having troubles.
Yeah. No, it's 988.
Oh, damn it.
The suicide prevention hotline is 988. 988. If you need to talk to somebody, it's not worth it. Is this Charlie right here? Okay.
Jason Lindquist.
Speaking of it's not worth it, let's go to the phones.
Charlie, how you doing? It's your one phone call of the day. What's going on, my friend?
Can I be honest with you?
Well, yeah, of course, Charlie. You always are.
So 2 things. I have a couple questions regarding your comments yesterday about, your involvement with Terry or Hulk Hogan. But I'm actually thinking about jumping off the ledge.
Hulk Hogan is supposedly gonna save Hooters, brother. in some way, shape, or form. He's going to bring
everything he touches turns to gold.
Lummy, didn't he say he's going to bring it back with 80s grit?
Patriotism.
Like that's what Hooters needs. The restaurant business as a whole
needs more sexual harassment, brother.
That's right, brother.
He's going to get Vince involved.
So Charlie, what is you're jumping off the ledge of what, bud?
So a couple quick questions, and I'll tell you why I think I'm going to jump off the ledge. I actually was watching your show yesterday, and I liked how sincere you were with regards to the whole scandal that you were involved in. You were very honest. You opened up yourself. You said, yes, I did this, I did that. You took responsibility for it. You talked about how much money he made off that whole thing, but you were kind of glib about a few things, but I really don't care. But I'm going to ask you a couple questions because I'm going to prove to you that I listen to you. If you had to name one person on your staff right now that has a fuller understanding of who you are, your background, and has an understanding of who you are, who would that person be? Because I'm going to ask that person a couple questions.
Lummy?
So let me ask you a question. Bubba was talking yesterday about someone in his life that was very significant in his life. And he mentioned this person worked for a gas-related company. Who was that person?
No, don't worry about it.
You don't know who it is. You don't know. I know. Why is it that I know who this person is, but you don't know who this person is? And Bubba's saying,
I don't even know. I don't even know who Lummy. I don't even know who he's talking about.
Well, you know a guy in a gas company.
You talked about your grandmother.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. His grandmother who might have banged Terry Bradshaw in New Orleans. I mean, Jesus.
My mom. Hey, Bubba, wait a minute. Bubba,
my mom,
aren't you impressed?
Yeah, I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed with your knowledge. Yes, I am, Charlie. As a matter of fact.
Don't you think? Why do I know this and he does not know that?
He knows it.
He knows it. Has a significant impact on your life. No. This is someone that has a significant impact on your life.
Charlie,
he wears a shirt.
Charlie, can I be honest with you? Can I be honest with you, bud?
Yeah.
I don't even know who you're talking about. A guy that's
You're talking about Marge. Who's Marge?
No, it's Madge.
It's Madge.
Oh no!
Okay.
Oh, face! Oh no! Oh no!
And where did she move from?
Oh no,
Charlie! Where did Grandma Madge move from?
Madge, it's Madge, and you know what? She worked for a gas company called at that time Petrolane.
Right.
Yep.
And she worked for
But Lemmy does not know that.
She loved to play bridge.
Well, you didn't even know her name, Charlie.
No. The fact that I remember that she worked for a gas-related company, and if I wore a shirt that had your name on it, and when I walked around saying Bubba Army all day, I would know the facts of your life. This guy is just kissing your buttocks. So he has no clue where he is right now.
Charlie.
I didn't know when you said who was the guy who worked for the gas company.
First of all, it was a woman, not a guy. Secondly, Charlie, I don't think that you're bettering your position with me or anybody by getting heat with any of my staff.
I think going after Lummy is a unique take that nobody's really done, and maybe it'll work out for him because Lummy's not very beloved in the Bubba Army.
It's okay. Listen, I didn't know Grandma
He
Madge.
wears a Bubba. Can we change the subject? Can we change the subject?
Charlie, I think a lot of people would probably be a little surprised on how well you know the program. Nobody's disputing that, bud.
Jason Lindquist, $10.
Nobody's disputing that. In order to hate and be critical of something, you have to really know it, and you really know the subject matter. Yes, nobody's accused you of not that, bud. I mean, seriously.
Is he applying for a job? What's going on here?
Yes.
Trust me. Other than Clem, I could dominate. Do a full podcast. So I want to talk about Nick Hogan in his car crash, where that individual was he brain dead or did he die?
Why are we discussing 12-year-old, 20-year-old news stories on here?
Hold on.
That's how life works. That's because I'm bringing content to your show.
Charlie,
do you think this is content, Charlie? I would hate to listen to your podcast.
It's absolutely content. Listen to me, you Oompa Loompa. You Oompa Loompa. It is content. I know exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, you're so smart. You're so witty.
Charlie, I'll let you ask the Nick Hogan car wreck question, and then we'll politely say goodbye to each other.
And Brian's 6'7", okay?
So just go ahead and ask your question. I'll answer.
So I I do think it's bizarre. No, I was just doing research. That's what your staff should do. And we talked about this a couple weeks ago.
Into the Nick Hogan accident.
Right.
You won't let me talk. You won't let me finish. You won't let me finish. Let me finish. Over. Let me know when I can talk. Over. Let me know when I can talk.
Can you do your Ronald Reagan impression for us?
Well, this is Ronald Reagan, and Nick Hogan, and listen, guys, seriously, you guys got to come to the table. You got to present Clem with at least 15 to 20 show ideas each day.
Yeah, they don't do any of that.
Dude, go eat your own box. You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
They're incompetent.
Dude, he's been doing research into the Nick Hogan accident. Let's hear what his in-depth research has revealed.
Yeah, so then with that, we'll say goodbye. After the Nick Hogan question, I'll answer it. And then we'll say goodbye. We got to move on. Running a little bit late, and I got to get into my Jennifer Lawrence trailer. So go ahead. Go ahead, bud.
Okay, so very quickly, Hulk Hogan is obviously a horrible father. He's a character. He became famous for his little wrestling tactics back in Rocky, whatever. His son Nick, who he obviously didn't prepare him well for life, was involved in a horrific car crash that resulted in this guy named John Graziano. Then years later, another drunk driving arrest. So what does that tell you about Terry or Hulk Hogan? That's it.
I think you asked and answered your question within your question. I don't think he's been that good of a dad to Nick, and I know for a fact that Linda and Terry have not been a good parent to Brooke as well. So that I think you're right on that. I would agree with you on that.
Can I do one last impression?
No. That's it. I told you after
It's brilliant.
I told you after the Nick Hogan high spot, we were done.
He's got a Nixon.
I upheld my end of the deal, Charlie. You know what, bud? We'll see you tomorrow. That's our understanding. So I saw that this new Jennifer Lawrence movie is supposed to be the best of her career. It's the best. It's great. You got to see it. It won all these awards at the Cannes Film Festival. So I Googled the trailer, and then it says this is a clip. So then I said, well, maybe this is just and by the way, this is the dumbest stuff you'll ever see in your entire life. I'll just give you that.
This also has Robert Pattinson from Twilight. I believe, Bubba, wow. This is the one where he had to adopt to being like a hick or something like that, like some sort of deep Southern accent.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm reading too much about movies.
See that this. Okay. So I Googled, official trailer. It came up with this. I saw this was a clip. I watched it. It sucked. I'm like, well, that can't be the trailer. That can't be the trailer. So I Googled it again, Die My Love official trailer, and this comes up again. So maybe this, and nothing else different really came up. So
this 9-minute standing ovation after it was over.
and movie people, man.
And I got to tell you right now, if Brian, when I saw this, I was like, there's no way I'm going to watch this movie. This is the dumbest trailer.
Well, let us be the judge. Let's see what's going on here.
All right.
Let's play it. Let's give it a chance.
Okay.
Don't taint the pool, man.
I'm just giving you my explanation. I watched it and I was like,
do you mean it's bad because it wasn't something you could whack it to?
No,
let's see.
Let's watch it. By the way, this is the official trailer. It's a minute 43.
The guy walking in a field with some sort of animal approaching him.
So, yeah, for those that don't have the visual aspect, that's not watching us on Rumble or YouTube or Twitch or Facebook or, where X, it's basically Jennifer Lawrence. She's crawling through a field of tall grass. And now this...
I think that's Robert Pattinson.
I think that's a dude.
Robert Pattinson... now gets down on the ground. They're probably 10 to 15 feet apart. He now gets on the ground. They're walking like they're almost like tigers. Like they're walking on their hands and knees.
This was produced by Scorsese.
Here we go. So now he gets on his hands and knees, and he starts approaching her. They're in a field full of very tall wheat or hay type grass. And they're approaching each other.
Bubba's going to get PTSD from the buzzing.
And just I did an ISO on her, and now they're doing an ISO on him.
She looks cute.
I wish I could have seen those jugs jiggling a little bit more, but. Now they're getting closer and closer to each other. Now they are pretty much right next to each other. Now they're facing each other. Now they're kind of going the way dogs meet each other, how they sniff each other's asses. You know how dogs, when they come up to each other, they just don't, they go right for each other's asses. They sniff each other's asses. Now it kind of looks like they're doing a dog ass sniffing deal.
Let's to be clear, their faces are nowhere near each other's tookuses.
Now they're rubbing their faces together.
This is called foreplay, Bubba, if you've never done it before.
Yeah, I've never, I got this type of field in the back of my track, and me and Erica don't go out there and,
I mean, Bubba, you want good content? I want you and Erica to recreate this trailer. Come on, buddy, you're in you've been creating content for 40 years.
Here's the problem. Is that I'd actually be running through this field on my hands and knees, and I'd hit a snake hole or a wasp patch and get completely eaten up by some type of insect.
Even better, you guys are recreating this. Lummy's gonna film it. Lummy Scorsese.
So it shows them basically in a field acting like animals. Now they start making out.
Want to get married?
You're not going to hear those words in the field behind my racetrack.
No, you did it at some rickety bridge in Indiana.
It's already been said.
Yeah. Yeah, fuck yeah.
Oh, yeah. Somebody didn't watch it till the end.
Well, I mean, would
somebody tapped out at the minute 33-second mark.
Would you have made it through the end? Would you have made it through the end?
Sure, I had another 15 seconds to give.
Is there anybody right now that's gonna think? I mean, I think it's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. It makes. By the way, let me big box. We're on the big box.
All right, 1-7. Yeah, nice.
So, is there anybody here that didn't think that was the dumbest thing you've ever seen in your entire life, especially if you were a Jennifer Lawrence fan?
I don't have enough context to know what the rest of the movie's about.
That's right. So that's what I'm saying. It's I need more context to know if I want to watch this.
So what you're saying is you want to see the movie now?
No, I'm saying is based on that, I don't want to see.
Based on that, I want to see what the rest of the movie's like.
Kush, what about you? Based on that, would you want to watch this?
No.
Yeah, me too. I'm with you.
Would you now, based on that, would you like to see Bubba and Erica recreate that? Yes.
Okay,
I think all the listeners want it, Bubba. Why are you depriving them of? In fact, I think if we put up a poll right now, it might be damn near 100%. That want you and Erica to recreate that.
What about Seth and Phoebe recreating it?
When we're listening to the Seth Army on the Seth and Friends in the Morning, then we can have Seth do that. But until then, this is the Bubba Love Sponge Show, baby. We want to see you and Erica do it.
How about we all do it? Me and I do it with Erica.
You go first, and then the rest of us will do it.
Lummy does it with Ashley. Seth does it with Phoebes.
We'll all do it.
And you do it with your hot wife.
If you go first, we will all do it. But we're not going to all do it, and then I'm not doing it. Blah, 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 blah. So you go first, and then we'll all do it.
Except, do I have to use the exact language saying, will you marry me? And then she says, F yeah, because I want to say, can we hurry up because my track needs graded?
No, you recreate the scene. You can take artistic license, but as a director, I typically don't let my actors ad-lib. So what? That's what makes it all the more hilarious.
I'm out of breath.
We want to see it.
I know we're not going to get it, but it would be legendary.
It would be legendary. You don't have a hair on your ass, Clem.
Look at you. You're like a little mini Charlie over there with a shovel face.
Whoa.
Hey, Charlie.
I'm an Oompa Loompa, baby.
You're not going to kill yourself, are you, baby face?
I like to play bridge.
So anyway, you know what? What if I did recreate that? What if I did
It may break the internet.
It wouldn't break the internet.
If Erica was on all fours.
First of all, just the size disparagement, it's going to look horrible.
It'll look amazing.
And when she gets on top of you, you're not going to be able to see her. It's just going to be like a little speck.
Again,
little speckle of pepper on your whatever.
All you're doing is selling it more, big boy.
We're not really selling romance. We're selling comedy here, Bubba. You don't worry about the aesthetics.
But I don't look like Robert Patterson.
Yeah. And she doesn't look like Jennifer Lawrence. There's no facsimile amongst actors at all. None. Zero.
You can do it in an empty field because it's just got mowed by your skag.
No, actually, I let the back 40 kind of grow up a little bit, and then I'll hit it with the skag twice a year.
So you and Erica can do this on the back 40?
We could.
Okay, perfect.
We could.
Perfect.
In case, for those scoring at home, and by the way, my team were the ones being the biggest pricks about it. The Packers were the number one team that were trying to get the tush push pulled out of the NFL, make it illegal. And obviously, I'm a huge Packer fan. Lummy's, like, if we were to go through the room, my NFL team's the Packers. Lummy's NFL team's the Bucks.
Yep.
Bucks.
Brian, you're a Bucks, and Seth's Bears. That's just the way we are. That's our teams. And my team was the team that was trying to get the tush push illegally banned. Although my team was the team trying to do it, I, as a fan of the team, didn't agree with my team's opposition to the tush push because, in my opinion, if it's a legal play by formation and by all accountability, it's not an illegal formation or it's not an illegal play in itself, and it's just something that some genius created. Realistically, this is kind of an offshoot of what Mike Ditka started with the fridge. Mike Ditka started that. Now, this is way more refined than the fridge either being the fullback that led Peyton in, or they just gave it to the fridge and he mowed over two Green Bay linebackers. But this is a hybrid of would everybody agree to me that this concept of goal line penetration started with Mike Ditka in the fridge?
This seems more like an evolution of the quarterback sneak, but that's my opinion. I don't know where it stems from.
The evolution of having a non-conventional backfield player started with Mike Ditka in 84, 85 with the fridge, when he would just and half of the time the fridge would just get the ball and barrel over everybody. Other times he led for Walter and Walter walked in. So that's evolved over the years, and I think this is I'm glad the NFL did not ban this, because this just happens to be. In fact, other teams should start doing it.
Mike Leach, the head coach of deceased head coach, formerly Texas Tech, and a few other stops along the way. He died? Yeah, he died
a couple years ago.
He wanted to institute a play where they got a midget and literally threw him over the goal line.
Yeah.
That would be great.
And he was shot down by the school administration.
I mean, if you got a little guy, right? If you got a little guy, they go call little people.
Little people, whatever.
You got a little guy, and you gave him the ball, and two of your big linemen just, heave-hoved him over the goal line,
Yeah.
And then you had him all padded up and stuff, and he just, whatever. That'd be great.
The ball's half his size, though.
The problem is the little guy couldn't hold on to the ball because it was bigger than him.
Vern Troyer flying through the air.
It looks like they were two votes short of getting a ban.
To me, man, I don't think you can. I think it's indefensible.
Do you think they vote again next year and the two more teams come forward?
I don't know, man.
No, I think they're going to leave it alone.
Here's what I think, man, is I think that the Eagles start getting cute with it and they start doing variations of it now, where they pass from it, or they do something different than just the standard quarterback. It's a quarterback sneak with three guys pushing him. Now, let's also not forget that it fundamentally starts up front, and the Eagles have, I think, the largest, as far as size, the largest line in NFL history. Remember, Lummy, when they were playing before the Super Bowl, we were coming out there talking about how big their line. They fundamentally have the largest line. So that's where it starts up front. You got to have the big hogs up front. And then, they have, is it Jalen Hurts?
Yes.
Yeah. He's super athletic, and even before this infamous tush push, he was always good on quarterback sneaks.
He can squat 600 pounds.
Yeah, he's a stud. He's a stud. So you got the biggest offensive line, one of the most studly, strong quarterbacks in the league, and then you just put 2-3 guys behind him to push it. It's not a big deal. It shouldn't go away.
The tush push has been saved. There was not enough support to ban the tush push, to play made famous by the Philadelphia Eagles at the league meetings. So
realistically, Brian, I think the only way you beat that is you got a cornerback or a linebacker that absolutely perfectly times a hit. But now you're going to probably get into spearing or into targeting if you were to, perfectly time it so that you hit.
You're not allowed to jump over the line.
Right, you're not allowed.
The Troy Polamalu move has been banned from the league.
You can't do that anymore.
No, which this kind of makes you want to revisit that.
Right.
But they did that because of the risk of injury.
Right.
The tush push isn't being outlawed because of the risk of injury.
No,
to
it's just
anyone.
being outlawed because nobody.
It's too effective.
Literally, nobody can stop it.
Yeah.
You can't stop it.
Yeah.
Within a yard, you can't stop it.
the Philadelphia Eagles' signature play will remain. It's obviously a huge win for the Eagles, who won a championship last year, in small part because they're automatic on 3rd and 4th and short. Jalen Hurts is very good at these quarterback sneak situations with teammates pushing him ahead. But the rest of the NFL is trying to get rid of the play. They can't really defend it.
I can't really think of the last time the NFL took a play out, a legal play. Fundamentally your formation, the whole 9 yards. I can't think of the last time. Now they've refined the onside kickoff, and I think that they further refined that. And during I think that's news too, that they further refined the onside kick. I think that they should make the onside kick more favorable for the offense than the defense. But it seems like they keep locking down the onside kick to give the kicking team the advantage. I think the opposing team the advantage. The kicking team wasn't lummy this year because you had with regards to the onside kick. I think the new rule stated that you could only do it in the fourth quarter, and you had to tell the other team you were doing it.
Yes,
that's ridiculous. I mean, that's ridiculous, and I think they should make it more favorable so that the kicking team has a chance to get it. I think this year the statistics were as low as they've ever been with recovering the kicking team recovering the onside kick.
In reality, the Eagles just run it better than everybody else, and that wasn't a good enough reason to ban the play. Now the challenge is on the other 31 teams to either implement the tush push as well as the Eagles do it.
Is there anybody here that has any type of football skill set defensively that can think of how you could stop? I can't. How you could stop this? The tush push. I can't think.
I mean, you just need you need to get. I would have no down linemen. I would try that out and
have everybody standing.
Have the guys standing and not jump over, but you can't hurdle yourself over. But if the offensive line is going down to try and undercut you,
jump on their backs,
jump over them. Yeah, at that point, because if they're going down, you can go over them. You can't propel yourself over the whole line.
But those standing guys are going to get their kneecaps blown out by the offensive lineman.
Yeah, I wouldn't say standing. You almost have to have a lineman on lineman, so you have to have your defensive lineman lined head up almost with the lineman, so it's 5-on-5, and almost have two bigger size either linebackers or defensive linemen that are going to be shooting
they're going to pinch the
But the problem with the tush push is there are no gaps.
No, I know, but
they're shoulder to shoulder.
Shooting that gap, and then you have a middle between your two shooting the gaps that go right up that middle.
Then you know what they do as soon as you stop that?
They play action out of it.
Hold on. Then they fake it, play action out of it, and pitch it to a guy for a sweep, or throw it to that tight end that fake block, that came down and dummy blocked and then split off towards the end zone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or to stop it.
Kenny Powers is right. Stop it by not letting them get into 3rd and 4th and 1.
Been able to figure out the solution, how to stop Jalen Hurts on these quarterback sneak situations. These teams are going to have to put a lot of work in this offseason.
You can't stop it. You cannot stop it.
to try to.
And it's because of two factors. 3, it's an ingenious play. 2, you have the biggest offensive line. You have the biggest offensive line in the history of the NFL. And 3, your quarterback is an absolute stud.
Figure it out, or else just give up 3rd and short, 4th and short to the Eagles every time. The fact that these teams have to figure out a way to stop the tush push all off season, devote some resources and time to that, is another win for the Eagles. This is a big day for the Eagles. They get to keep the play that became famous during their Super Bowl run last.
When I come back, let me.
Also on the onside, they changed the rule.
I know. I was going to get into that next. What is? But you might as well just go tell me now.
Oh, the onside kick has now changed so they can do it at any point in the game if they're
NFL
losing.
approves onside kicks in any quarter. One issue that passed without controversy involved a change to the league's onside kick policy. Under the previous policy, teams could declare an onside kick only in the 4th quarter. The new policy was adapted by the league Wednesday, which allows teams to declare onside kicks at any point of the game. They still have to declare it, though.
Yeah.
The team that declares an onside kick needs to be trailing in the contest. That's part of the rule that's not changing. As part of the new policy, that onside kick will be kicked from the 34-yard line and not the 35. So they're moving it back 1 yard.
What?
Big deal.
Why?
Yeah. I think they should really, really make it somehow skew it so that I
don't think you need to skew it, but I just think you take away the having to announce it. Like a surprise onside kick sounds perfectly fine.
They're the greatest. I've seen high school teams that'll open a game up with one. They see a glitch in the other team's a kickoff return team where a certain lineman commit to running back way early and they don't stick around, and I've seen high school football teams when it's 0-0 commit to it from their opening kickoff as an onside, and they get it.
I've seen. I mean, high school is a bad example of because they do everything there. I mean, they got most teams don't even have a kicker who can kick.
But you've seen probably on the college level.
Yeah,
right.
Well, yeah.
When we return, we're going to start breaking now. This Israel. So last night in the U.S. and Washington, D.C., at the Israeli embassy, which is the embassy, for Israel, manned by Americans and Israelis, but it's the Israeli embassy. And I think every major country has an embassy in our country. Am I right, Brian? Does
most, yeah, like North Korea doesn't have an embassy,
right? But does you think Colombia has one?
Yeah,
like the Congo. You think the Congo has one?
Congo, the Democratic Republic of the Congo,
Niger.
Yeah.
So everybody's got an embassy, and it's where people of that nationality can go and be protected and be represented, and so forth and so on. Well, last night. 2 people got killed at the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. One was an American and one was from Israel. And it was gunned down by was it an American person?
Yeah, he's from Chicago.
And I don't think he got killed.
The Pope's brother's out of control.
And I think he was saying, what was he saying? Free Palestine as they apprehended him. Does this make Donald Trump really, really, really go crazy and have to do something? Now you got these terroristic acts that are happening against Israel and, more important, Israeli people in our nation's capital. That's how much of a whack job these people who support Palestine and the Palestinian and Hamas and all that's how whack job some of these people are, that now they're killing people outside of the Israeli embassy in the District of Columbia. This can't be good for Palestine. Like, if I'm Donald Trump, I'm calling Bibi Netanyahu today, and I'm like, you know what? We've tried to stay out of it, giving you the resources that you need, but we need to make the Gaza Strip a Kiss concert today at noon.
You're gonna I mean, this guy, did this guy have like real ties? Did Elias Rodriguez have real ties to the Palestinian state?
He said he did it for Gaza.
I know what he said he did it for, but are you going to pin that? Like,
Yeah.
The Palestinians, sorry guys, this Mexican from Chicago wanted to kill you. And wanted to,
Now you must pay. I mean,
that's what he said to Iraq.
we were needing something close to home to happen. This did. This should give us the wide open door to finally put an end to this nonsense.
I mean, I think it's terrible. I just don't know how you hold the Palestinian people accountable for what Elias Rodriguez did. And I mean,
But that's what the U.S. does. Like I said, they did it to Iraq. I mean, some bin Laden have anything to do with it.
That was corrupt. Yeah.
We'll get into that next.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
No tzatziki.
Hey everybody, Pippi Short Stroker.
Simone Close.
No white sauce.
Heather Spin Instructor. Tiger Jaw. Why don't we just send all Palestinians back?
Well, I mean, it could happen, you know?
Just say like, maybe you're not a problem. Maybe you're not. But, I'm sorry. The people before you have been, and your country's pulling some shit that, it's not your right to be in America. It's a privilege. If you're not an American citizen, it's a privilege to be here. And get the fuck out.
Let's say they're Hamas and MS-13 and kick them right the fuck out.
Yeah, all that. All that and more.
And then we'll fucking piss on them in their mouth.
We can piss on them in their mouth on the way out. They have to take a piss in the mouth. Open up. Say ah.
I'll fill that mouth up like the Punisher. With urine. Oh, hey, sorry. You had to hear that.
With urine? Say with urine.
Someday love will find you. Break those chains that bind you. True love will remind you. Oh, we went and went our separate ways. If he ever hurt you, true love won't desert you. You know I still love you.
Bubba was singing yesterday.
What was he singing?
Something from the 80s.
What, Bubba?
I think Stuck in the Middle with You.
Oh, I think, that might be.
Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am.
You were singing that for John Morgan.
What's up, CB John?
Or John Morgan sang it for you, one of the two.
Whatever.
What's up?
Nothing.
See, you're just hanging out. Everything cool?
It's not cool.
Is there some hurt in your life?
I have chlamydia.
That's no big deal. Don't be ashamed. Judy, is that the clap?
I don't know. I've never had it. Ask Bubba. All I know is 409 gets rid of 4 out of 5 of the bad ones.
Bubba's from the STD era.
Yeah, he is.
So.
A needle pulling thread. A note to follow. So. Tea. A drink of German bread. That'll bring us back to do.
Suffering in silence, $100.
What did he request? A deer?
I don't think Gooch wants anything.
Suffering.
In silence, which means he wants somebody to sing. We're having a good time. It's Thursday, everybody. That just means one more day till Friday. If Wednesday's hump day, what's this?
Oh my God, the only show I can't listen to of the week.
How we doing? Any requests? Come on, people. You got 1 minute and 38 seconds.
Does anybody know how Timothy Chalamet's doing after the loss last night?
I don't know, man. But I don't know why they didn't ask me to do the Dylan movie. I could have done it well. Bob Dylan.
Did you see it?
No, not yet. So Bob Dylan originally wrote the Manfred Mann song "Quinn the Eskimo." Did you know that?
I don't know that one.
Come on without, come on within. You've not seen nothing like the mighty Quinn. You don't know that one?
Uh-uh.
Phenomenal song. About a drug dealer visiting the town. Everybody's excited to see him.
I like that.
Yeah. The mighty Quinn, Quinn the Eskimo Man. Bring that white powder. Actually, I don't think it was cocaine back in '68, but it was just.
Cocaine was probably around '68, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, because it was one of the original ingredients in Coca-Cola.
Right, and it really was.
I want them to bring it back now with more cocaine. The original recipe.
Yes, my voice turns Brian on. He's Brian the Babyface Matroni, such a hottie. Now how about you help pay my session fee? PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. The BTLS show now returns.
Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Again, at the Bubba Army. Also our merchandise page. Lummy, we're looking at new knives.
Nice.
The Bubba Army Air Bubba Fat Man Dunks 3s are on their way. I'm looking at a insulated lunch box. And I'm also looking at, what else? I'm looking at some Bubba Army kind of...
The beach umbrellas?
No, the beach umbrellas are just too expensive.
What about a Lummy Trapper Keeper?
No, I'm looking at some sunglasses, some custom sunglasses, not the cheapy ones.
Polarized?
Yes, polarized. I'm looking at some of those, Lummy, and not the cheap ones that we hand out for giveaways.
Yes.
That I pay $1 for. But just, I wonder if when you hand those out, if people actually keep them.
Yeah, I always throw them in my glove box as like a spare pair.
Right.
That's where mine typically go.
Right.
I got my spare pair.
So, Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army shop, BubbaArmyStore.com. Lauren, I'm trying to get a hold of Rainbow Rick. He's kind of kayfabing me on the Whites for Warren T-shirt.
He said he was checking with his staff, and then
I've already paid for them.
Yeah.
And so I got a lunch pail coming. I got an insulated, glorified. I would call it a cooler, like a collapsible cooler is what I would call it. The shoes are on their way, and Lummy, have you seen all the social media advertising about this new fragrance called Alt 25, and it's inspired by Creed?
No.
Man, that's a direct ripoff on my deal.
Bubba, people have been ripping off fragrances since the dawn of time. Well, I mean, this isn't.
By the way, let me.
There
are a few, not a lot.
I have that idea first.
Bubba Army Alpha Volume 25. Next year will be Bubba Army Alpha Volume 26. We come out with it in the spring.
When does Alt 26 come out? That's what I'm waiting for.
Maybe we'll. I'm not going to call it alt. Then now I'm ripping them off. They're ripping me off initially. Then I go back for a re-rip off.
You're ripping off Creed. Everybody's ripping off someone.
No, we're not ripping off anybody. We're inspired by.
So maybe
just like my
Alt 25 was inspired by you.
Just like my Bubba Army Fat Man Dunks 3 are inspired by the Jordan 13s. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying?
Know what you're saying.
Thank you. Here is, and me and Seth Kushner kind of came up with a way to stop all this nonsense, and that is if you're Palestinian, you got to go. Like, even if you're a peaceful Palestinian, it's not your right to live in America. The only people that have we need to be a little more you know what? We need to turn America into a little bit more of an exclusive club. You know, like that country club, Lummy, that, you know, you can't quite afford to get into.
Yes, of course.
And so, like, you don't have the right. If you're not an American, the only people that have the right to be here are Americans. Otherwise, you're going to have to jump through a few hoops. And if
I'm saying,
I'm so sorry.
Wow, he had you shut off, Seth.
No, my fatness. I rolled over on my.
Seth, can we hear that powerful message again?
Can we hear that powerful message?
I said, if you're not white, get to the back of the line.
Not quite saying that.
Oh, sorry.
But what I'm saying is, like, if you are on a work visa, or you're on a visitor's visa, or you're just maybe you've even been here for a while, but you're not an American, and you're a Palestinian, we need to just get rid of you. I mean, like, you need to go. You need to go. Sorry that you don't have, that you're a great person and you don't have anything to do with what your country's doing. But let me Mushroom Mitch for the shovel face, $20 in the PayPal.
Thanks, Mitch. Bubba, can we get your complete list of people who need to go?
Well, I mean, right now, let's start with Palestinians.
All right, that's number one.
Let's start with Palestinians.
They're coming in at number one.
They're coming in with that. That's if I'm able to advise Tom Holman, Homan or whatever the hell the guy's name is, the borders are. I'm saying we need to go after these Palestinians and send them back. Say, you know what? Send them back. You got to go. It's a privilege to be here. It's not your right.
Do you send them back, or do you send them to El Salvador, eh?
Well, I don't think you send them to El Salvador unless they've done something illegal. Now, if you have some crazy Palestinians that are doing illegal things here in our country, then maybe a trip to El Salvador.
What's your legal basis for sending them to El Salvador if they've done illegal things in America and they're from Palestine?
Well, we just cut a deal with El Salvador that we can send prisoners to your place for $30,000 a year, which is like a $12,000 a year savings.
That's human trafficking.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I mean, we don't have any legal basis to do that. Now, you can return somebody from El Salvador to El Salvador.
No, but here's the deal. If you do something illegal and it warrants you to be incarcerated, aren't you at that point what they called a ward of the state?
Yeah, but we don't have any precedent for taking them outside of U.S. territory.
Why not?
Because it's not legal.
What I mean, according to what?
According to all the rules and all the court precedent, everything.
So all of the rules and case law and all this federally states that we can't, as a country, remove somebody that's not a citizen from our country and incarcerate them into another country.
You can remove them from the country, sending them back to their own country. Sometimes there are deals negotiated to take somebody in, but those have to be carefully done. You can't sell them off to an El Salvadorian work prison.
Well, sometimes you get sent back to the wrong country, and then
you got a wrong
it's
return.
a clerical error, and we can't do anything about it.
A lot of times, UPS will drop off the guy's package next door that belongs to us, and we have to take it over there.
Exactly. We could take it back.
Yeah.
Or you keep it.
Hello, who's this?
Hey, Bubba, it's Jeff from Customs.
Jeff from Customs. How are you, my friend? Are you saying that you work for Customs?
No, this is the guy that.
No, we know each other. It's the border guy.
Oh, yeah. I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, yes, I know who you are now.
Bubba's over 12 on recognizing this guy when he calls.
Hi, Jeff.
Mrs. Three-letter federal agency gimmick sent you something. UPS. Now you're talking about UPS to go with your love of basketball. I'm not going to tell anymore. I just thought you might want to just know it's coming in. It should be there today.
Fantastic, Jeff. And then I'm assuming you're the one that sent it.
Well, actually, I sent it, but like I said, the Mrs., the one you met at the meet and greet from the three-letter agency we don't discuss.
Yes.
Yeah, she actually found it for you.
Fantastic. Will you tell her thank you?
I absolutely will. And she wanted you to know that certain individual you guys both know retired from that agency, and she just put in her paperwork last week.
And so she's out too soon.
Well, yeah, it's soon, but she'll still be doing the song and dance.
Right.
But I was going to let you know that what happened yesterday, because she's up in D.C. right now, It was at the American Jewish Museum. It was right out in front of there where this guy basically murdered those two people.
Yeah, and we should murder him and start rounding up all the Palestinians, good and bad, and send them back to Palestine and say, here, you don't have the right to be, you don't necessarily have the, just because you think you have the right paperwork and you're a good guy and you may be out, get the hell out of here.
I don't think this guy's a Palestinian, though. That's the problem.
Well, Bubba doesn't care.
I don't care. This guy
needs to be.
Bubba's been waiting for his reason to get rid of him.
He's part of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. He's a Marxist from Chicago.
We can send this guy to El Salvador, though.
He's one of the Marx brothers. Get him out of here.
Listen, Jeff, I appreciate it. More importantly, tell the missus, thank you so much. I look forward to getting it.
Take care, my friend. God bless you all.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate you. Hello.
Bubba's like, who the hell was that, Seth?
No, I know. I'm very familiar with who it is now. Just took a little backslide bully. I don't know what type of processing I have here on the telephone. Sounds like I'm doing ship to shore gimmick. Hello, you're on the air. Over. Breaker 19. Breaker 19. Go ahead.
Hey, Bubba, this is John from Dover. First, I want to thank you guys for extending the deadline on the Fat Man Dunks. I was able to get a pair ordered from my grandson, so I appreciate that.
And Pat, we did that for you too, because you called in like, listen, I don't get paid till Friday or something like that, and so I think we extended it till Monday at noon, and it was because of you, Pat, and you wanted to get a pair for your grandson. So thank you for you're welcome, but thank you for ordering a pair as well. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you much for everybody. Second of all, I was thinking you're going to be sending somebody down to Okeechobee with these support Warren, the Whites for Warren. How about sending Seth down there and generate some content trying to have people sign his shirt for support for Warren?
No, we're sending Seth to Texas. He's going to be Jews for Cruz, and he's going to be supporting Ted Cruz in the next election.
Jews for Cruz!
Whoever you send him down there. And
I can't wait for him to tell Phoebe and Elise where he's going. I'm going to Dallas for a Jews for Cruz gimmick, so both of you guys, I don't want to hear you talking. It's a Bubba assignment. Bubba's good to me, and I owe it to the show to do the Jews for Cruz.
But yeah, we'll definitely send Seth down to Okeechobee. That's tops on Seth's list.
We need Macho Man to put Whites for Warren up there somewhere where I can play it. I don't know if Brian has heard it or not. Have you heard it? Whites for Warren?
The song?
Yeah.
I don't believe so. Is this the John from Naples contribution?
No, this is the
Can we play it during the break? We get a copyright strike.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, from Creed.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
So if we play it during the break, we're going to get a copyright strike?
We can mute it. It would just, it ruins the spontaneous. Whatever the word is. But yeah, because...
Are you okay? You haven't said much all day at all, buddy.
I haven't?
Yeah, are you okay? Seth sent me a note earlier. He said, worried about Lummy.
I thought I talked too much today.
No. That's how effed up you are. You haven't hardly said a word.
Lummy, you say it best when you say nothing at all.
All right.
Suffering in silence with you and Gooch. So no, Lummy, I'm not going to play it at all now that I know that it's copy strike Willie. I did not know that.
Yeah.
Whites for Warren. So we need to get with.
I imagine it's like, we're Whites for Warren.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I can imagine what the song went like.
I'll send him I'll send it to him in his email.
Yeah. Send it to Brian in his email. He'll be able to enjoy it right there.
Bill Bowser, I'm Mayor of Washington, D.C. I am here with the Chief of the Metropolitan Police.
How big of an area is the actual District of Columbia? Because we treat it, don't we treat it like a state?
It's small.
Where it has its own government, its own municipality, its own mayor, its own police force, its own fire department, its own county commissioners, its own, does it have its own governor, or is the mayor the highest entity of the District of Columbia?
DC is 68.35 square miles.
All right.
For perspective, the New York is 468 square miles.
So what I'm saying, though, is I don't think that I think the highest entity of government is the mayor of the District of Columbia. I don't think they have a governor or anybody higher than the mayor. And I think the mayor is a strong mayor, meaning like him or her controls the fire department, the police department, thing. A lot of smaller cities won't have strong mayors. You have a mayor that's just like 1/5 or 1/7 of the county commission of the city commissioners, and that's their power. They're just kind of a figurehead, like Clearwater, for instance. Tampa and St. Pete have strong mayor. Like the mayor runs the show. The mayor appoints the fire chief. The mayor appoints the police chief. The mayor is the highest entity of government. Whereas Clearwater, the mayor is a figurehead, and him or her are the mayor, but everything has to go through the city commissioner, and the mayor is simply a vote within the city commissioner. So, Brian, I think the District of Columbia is ran by a strong mayor, and that's the highest form of government.
Yeah.
And so when something happens in the District of Columbia, the highest ranking person is the mayor. Remember when they had Raymond Barry and he was smoking crack rock? Remember that?
Yeah,
and he won like 2 terms. What was it else? The guy from Ford, the guy from Toronto, wasn't he the mayor of Toronto smoking crack rock?
Yeah, Rob Ford, I think.
Rob Ford.
Marion Barry.
And Seth, I think Rob Ford's brother went on to
I think he's still in office.
Be the mayor, and he might be smoking, crack rock.
I am here with the Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, Pamela Smith, and we are joined by members of the Washington, D.C. Public Safety Team and our partners in the federal government from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the special agent in charge.
They're saying Doug Ford is the premier of Ontario. So does that mean is the premier of a Canadian province kind of like the governor of the province? Asking for a friend. Brian will Google.
Yeah. As well as.
So the premier of Ontario would be like the governor of that entire province.
The head of the government in that province or territory.
And those provinces are, Canadian provinces are big.
Yeah.
As far as area. And I think in Ontario, Toronto is in Ontario. I don't think
Ottawa.
Is Ottawa?
Ottawa.
No, Ottawa's not in Ontario. Ottawa, I think, is in.
Yeah, that's out west.
That's out by where Calgary is. Ottawa
Ontario, I think, is Canada.
Ottawa's the capital of Canada.
Ottawa is the capital of Canada?
Yeah, it's sitting on the Ottawa River. It's near Montreal.
And what province?
It's in Ontario.
Oh, it is. So Ottawa is in Ontario, and it is the capital of Canada.
No other once-a-day weekly co-host
was
would
the
come
assistant
up with that.
director in charge. We are also joined by the Attorney General.
Tell us what happened. Quit,
Well, she has no charisma
the United
either.
States,
No.
Pam Bondi, the United States Attorney for.
Let's get Pam up in there. Let's get Pam in there telling us what the business is.
She's working on the Epstein files still.
Yeah, she still is.
Which do you think come out first, the Epstein files or the Bubba app?
Or my documentary.
Oh
Shapiro,
boy, that's a hard one.
as well as the Israeli ambassador to the United States, Ambassador Leichter. We are here at the MPD headquarters to.
Thank goodness. I did not want to hear that anymore.
The playback was aborted.
The media playback was aborted due to a complication, due to a corruption problem, or because the media use features your browser did not support.
The news never stops. We are here in Israel and
That's a brand new one. Let's do a hard reset. I think Seth's looking for a hard reset as well.
Yes.
You got a piece, Seth?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Let's keep the party going.
Please help me.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Hey, Rami.
Yes, sir. Pre-roll.
Shout out your favorite province.
What are you doing this whole entire Memorial Day weekend?
What am I going to be doing?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Saturday I'm going to a baseball game. No, Friday I'm going to the baseball game. Saturday we're going with Walker to the zoo. Sunday, my parents.
Do you have any? What are you doing Sunday?
Supposed to be going to my parents.
Mm.
Why? Do you need me?
I'll pay you $100 to help me for a little bit.
Okay, you want to talk after the show?
Yeah. I need Big Red and creatine too.
I'll talk to them.
Bob Dylan, Mr. Tambourine Man. Fucking worst singer ever, but one of the best songwriters ever. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't believe it. Big Red's out Sunday. He has a barbecue like most Americans.
Maybe I can get Big Red to help me Saturday.
Saturday's no good for him either. No, he didn't say it, but I'm guessing.
Greg from Canada, $25.
What's up, Greg? What song would you like to hear, buddy? That gets you a request if you want on the request line. I did. It's Scott Stapp, by the way. And it's Creed is the band, actually. It's not the Scott Stapp Quintet. I have a game. We can do that at 8:30. Do we have a band today? Oh, we do? Okay.
I found the guys.
Take Me Home by Bone Thugs and Harmony. I don't know that one. I'll have to look it up. Let me see. No, I know that one.
I found one day the guy couldn't come, so I was staying at a house and the guy was playing a guitar. I was like, you there? I was like, great.
Let's see. I've been stuck in the struggle and I've been wondering if I'm ever gonna bubble. I'm gonna get caught up in the dust instead of using my muscle. And every time I extend my heart to my mother, caught up in the game now and I'm back in the hustle. Sometimes I sit and wonder if a blank pull my number. If it wasn't for the Bone Thug fam in this world where nobody give a damn. But I'm still a man, got a soul program. I'm a pump on my fist. I'm staying ready for this and you can put this on Wish. And I never stayed in your biz. And when I needed a ride, you wouldn't give me a lift. And now I'm popping my Chris, you blank on my dick. I want to change the world. You want to change your life. I wouldn't put up a fight if I knew it was trite. Nice use of the word trite.
Is this an original?
This is Bone Thugs, Take Me Home.
Oh, so 3-6.
Or just home, I guess.
Crazy, which I didn't hear, but they were going to say 3-6 Mafia. They kept saying the word, but they kept screaming out, but you couldn't say it. And then they put the microphone out there. We already see the 3-6 Mafia concert.
Yeah, no, I haven't. Aggressive? Yeah, I don't know. Happy birthday, Dirt Merchant. $2. Thank you. Giving us gifts on your birthday.
Is today Jay Diaco's birthday or was it yesterday?
It was yesterday.
I fucked that up.
It's not too late to slip him an envelope.
You don't slip Diacos an envelope when you're fucking poorer than they are.
The Rays game was good, Nick. We won 8-4. Yandy with a big blast at the end.
Did you go?
Yeah, took my daughter.
What, they have 4 home runs?
Yeah, 4 home runs.
Oh, really scored.
It was the hit show.
As long as we hit, oh God. What a waste of a fucking year. 2 years.
I'm a creep.
Were you a fan at that point?
I'm a weirdo.
No, excited I was as
Oh yeah, we were all excited. Jose Canseco, Fred McGriff, Greg Vaughn.
Don't forget the guy that played.
Mummy, are you Sunday?
Sunday? Oh, I don't.
Well, he's supposed to be with his parents, but you need him.
What day is Big Red? Saturday?
Big Red, I don't think ever said he's available.
I text Big Red.
Maybe he's in chat. He can answer.
Big Red said Saturday, but I don't think you can go Saturday. It depends on what time you're taking a walk to the.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I need some help. And between Creatine Travis, Big Red, Bob Cook, and Lummy, because Justin Nash is just an electrical guy. Like he,
Don't say just an electrical
which, by the way,
guy.
Lummy, I do need Justin to come look at something.
Oh, okay.
I got a project going on right now, and I know this is a holiday weekend, and so everybody's time is very limited. But if I could get a couple hours out of just like you, like my closest of friends, and I don't even want to use talk about this on the show. This is more like I'm just talking to my friends, like Creatine Travis, Big Red, Bob Cook.
Nobody else listen right now.
Justin, nobody
just
else. Just
talking
listen.
to my friend.
Justin, maybe Mushroom Mitch. Those are my friends. That
are you having like a gathering?
Yeah,
Sounds like Bubba's hosting a Memorial Day barbecue.
No, I'm not. I could put some stuff on the grill, and we can.
Big Red, grill this up for me.
Big Red, Big Red. I was supposed to have you help me do this thing I'm working on, but me and Lummy will do it while you grill us up some burgers and steaks. So, I got this project that I'm doing.
What's the project?
I can't.
It's super secret?
I can't.
Why is it so secret?
I really just can't. I just can't.
What's so secret about it?
It's Operation Kayfabe. Lummy, that's what this whole thing is. Everything.
They already got Bin Laden, buddy. You don't.
Nobody knows what Operation K. When we were building my apartment.
Yes.
Or when at my sister's place before she kicked me out.
You wreaked havoc there.
Well, yeah. Actually, when she sold her house, though, the realtor said, your addition that you guys put on is nice. And my sister said, that's not really a good topic.
Yeah, she didn't like us.
Because we had to go back and fix, aesthetically. Let's not get into all that, okay? My sister got a brand new house, a couple $1 million house that I've spent one night there. It's beautiful.
You got a bedroom there?
Her house is beautiful. My sister's house is beautiful. Seth's been there. Don't you think her house is beautiful?
So beautiful.
Beautiful. I think Sammy worked Tara for 50 that day.
Yeah, we got a piece of the property. We got a piece of the land.
Right. Sammy's got her own extension. When Sammy runs away from home, she's going to go right to Tara's place.
Absolutely. Everybody loves running to
She's going to take an Uber, have Tara pay for it, and then set up shop in that upstairs bedroom.
You know it.
That's what she's doing.
That's the plan.
Right. So anyway, Lummy, I got we're just going to call it Operation Kayfabe, and there's just not a lot of people that need to know about it.
Of course.
It's something that I'm doing privately. And that's it. There's going to be no slip-ups, no nothing.
But you're almost done with your AI sex... Oh, whoops. I wasn't supposed to say that on the air.
My AI sex doll?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Big Red's going to be doing. So, Lummy, I need a couple hours from Creatine. I need a couple hours from Big Red. I need a couple hours from you. Maybe Mushroom Mitch. Maybe Bob Cook. Definitely Nash.
Wait, is this manual labor, or is this a friend thing?
It's labor intensive.
I thought you were trying to gather your close friends together, but
it's labor intensive.
You want them to do work. I got you.
It's not.
It's a meeting of the Bubbalos.
And Lummy, I am very mindful of all of the people that I've mentioned out, including if I've missed a couple. If I've missed anybody that has my cell phone, I wouldn't ask Iggy to help because it's too far travel for him. But anybody that's got my personal cell phone, I don't know, I can't even think.
What time do you need Brian and I there?
Well, this is not work that I think you and Brian could do.
Yeah, I don't do gay porn.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, the gay porn that me and that's why
it sounds hot.
That's why I couldn't.
Listen, all the guys that are there are beautiful men.
It's why I couldn't invite Iggy. Iggy would just absolutely, as soon as we're all lathered up, ready to go, Iggy would just throw a fit. I mean, I will tell you this: it does involve. I had to rent a piece of equipment from Sunbelt.
This smells like tanning bed.
What do you think? They're going to, like, move a tanning bed?
Listen, when it's time to move the tanning bed, Brian, I've already established a relationship with ProSun that I can use their professional movers, and they might be able to fix my bed. But that's not neither here nor there. This is, I can tell Lummy what it is, and he would be like, oh yeah. It's a very manly thing that not everybody could do. I don't even know that Justin Nash, because Justin Nash, Lummy, he's just an electrician. See, those like Bob Cook's a painter, and a painter can do other manual labor tasks.
You don't think an electrician can do other manual labor tasks?
No, it's below them. You don't understand. Electricians are at the top of the food chain when it comes to being prima donnas. And I hope, listen, the Bubba Army is highly blue collar, and I don't want anybody mad at me, but electricians are truly at the high. I mean, you've seen all through your rental house and through the improvements that you've done at your home and just various places, and you're very much a mechanical guy. But would you agree that I think even like Snook Slayer, who is an AC guy, he'll get down and dirty before an electrician, man, when they come onto the job site, they are the top dog, and they're I'm not going to say pigs, but when they get done, when they're wiring stuff up, and let's say they strip some wires, they throw it down on the ground.
Oh yeah, they clean. Yeah,
and a shocking revelation today.
See, electricians don't clean up after themselves. They are and you know what? Anything manual or that's way beneath them. They are the prima donnas on the job.
You're calling
site.
Electricians pussies, Bubba. Wow.
No. Wow. What are you, Dennis Rodman now?
Wow. I can't believe you had that drop ready to go.
Wow.
You got an electrician?
You're like, I hope somebody does a Rodman wow today.
I got a Halley one ready too.
Wow.
The electricians and plumbers are like one.
I don't even know who the worst. I think electricians might be a tad worse than plumbers, because sometimes plumbers got to dig a little ditch or go into a crawl space or something like that. But man, you won't see Justin Nash get into a crawl space. No way. I mean, Justin Nash is at the highest pecking order. Now, he'll throw you in some three-phase all day, but he's going to make a mess. And I don't want any electricians mad at me, because everybody, you drywall guys, you painters, you HVAC guys, you guys all know that I'm right. Electricians are the highest, and everything's below them. They don't do, and the project that I have is Justin Nash would be offended if I was to ask him to do that.
Sparks are flying in chat over this.
Electricians have to run wire in attics. Snook, I know Snook Slayer. Electricians have to do some stuff, but they're not nearly. They're the highest pecking order of the tradesmen.
The trade.
And I got a trade situation going on that is Operation Kayfabe, Lummy. I think you're familiar with I think you're actually going to Operation Kayfabe today.
Yes, I am.
I'm calling on Meal Team 6 to come.
Hello, you're on the air. 813-90 Bubba, the studio lines. Hello, you're on the air.
Hey, Bubba, how you doing, man?
Yeah, good. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, real quick, earlier you were talking about what shows, you have nothing to watch. I had to tell you, you need to watch Mobland on Paramount.
Mobland?
Yes.
Now,
with Tom Hardy and Pierce Brosnan.
Is it new?
Yeah, I mean, it came out, I want to say, maybe about a month ago, so you got like 6 episodes in.
Okay.
But I guarantee you'll binge them. You'll binge them for sure.
On Paramount, Mobland.
Yes, sir.
Fantastic.
I promise you'll like it. I think we like the same stuff. So.
Thank you for the heads up, buddy. Appreciate you.
Do you hate electricians too?
Yeah, nice talking to you.
Are you a guy in the trade business, and do you agree with my electrician sentiment?
I would say that they're definitely top of the pecking order. I mean, I sell patio material like aluminum. I'm an account manager. I'm a territory. I go Venice, Port Charlotte, all over.
Right.
Selling aluminum. So, but for that trade, yeah, I would say electrician.
You need a good powder coater.
Yeah. Now, do you sell finished aluminum, or do you need it? Sometimes you got that raw aluminum that needs powder coating, because you got Gene Lasker on the powder coating deal.
So we have mill finish, which is, the raw, and then we also have bronze white, for patio, like screen roofs.
Oh, okay.
Is what I sell.
So when you sell the raw stuff, it's meant to be raw.
Right.
Right.
Most of the time, like welders, they buy the raw stuff, or guys who do their own, powder coating and fabrication, all that good stuff. Yeah, it's good, pays the bills.
All right, buddy, man. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Bubba, let me tell you something. Don't try to start selling jobs on your show, because I got these carnies, the guy I'm putting together. I was over at Gene's last week, and he's got a full-blown, like a crane that you would see in downtown Tampa, assembling a huge high-rise. He's got a crane at Lasker Powder Coating that moves these big Ferris wheel pieces, from the truck to this makeshift jib that he's made that only a couple pieces will fit in his oven. And so he's not open to the public right now. This job's so big. I think it's $140,000 job.
Wow.
You guys wouldn't believe how rich he is.
Oh, no, I believe it. He's a hardworking man, though.
Oh, he is a hardworking man. He goes right from here and will just work his ass off. I mean, we need to get into the Israeli the guy who killed the people from the Israeli embassy.
Yes, we do.
And I'm saying, man, all Palestinian people in our country, even if you're a good person, you guys need to have to pay for what people that support your cause are doing right now. That or BB, is it BB Neaton Bobby? How you say it?
You got it.
BB Neaton Bahu.
Yep. Nailed it.
BB Neaton Bahu.
Yeah.
Yep.
He needs to absolutely like by noon today, Israel has the military means to completely wipe out the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and he just needs to do it. Okay, so there's still 15 or 20 Israelis you've not gotten back. They're probably dead. They're probably not alive. So let's just go ahead. When you're now killing Israeli people at the Israeli embassy in the District of Columbia, which is right outside the White House in Donald's own backyard, then we need to completely just go ahead and put an end to this. This has gone on too long. We've been trying to cease fire and patty cake here and give us 5 prisoners and we'll give you 5. And, the U.S. has a couple ships parked off the whatever sea out there ready to do support. But we just need to be done with it.
This Mexican guy really messed it up for all those really nice Palestinians.
Yeah, I see. And I'm going to catch a ton of heat because there's probably some unbelievable, great Palestinian people that live in our country that says, listen, I don't agree with any of that stuff. I got out of there because of that. I have no problems with Israel. I have no problems with Jewish people. I just want to live my American life, comfortably and free. We might have to ship you back in order to make a statement.
Is that before or after Bibi Erykah Badu bulldozes Gaza?
We bulldoze. Listen, if he bulldozes Gaza, then you don't have to go back. But if he just keeps patty caking around, then you need to go back. One of the two.
Interesting.
And you tell Needy Netanyahu, listen, Needy Netanyahu, either you bulldoze and completely, I want this thing over by tomorrow at noon, Friday. Friday's a good day for this to be over. Or I'm sending back every Palestinian to go back over there and live miserably. And they're gonna end up getting killed too. So save the Palestinians. Here's my new chant. Save the U.S. Palestinians by demolishing Palestine so that they don't got to go back. Because I'm saying I'd be a hell of a world leader. Things would get done under me.
States Pam Bondi, the United States Attorney for the District.
Jay Fish, it's amazing that Bubba still hasn't realized that October 7th was a false flag, but TV watching will do that for you. Shut up, Jay Fish, you idiot. That deserves a blocking. That's just a straight timeout. We'll put you in timeout for 5 minutes. Let you think
about what you did.
Yeah, think about putting your nose in the corner and let you think about what you just said, you idiot.
We're a pro-Israel show.
Colombia, Judge Pirro, as well as the Israeli ambassador to the United States, Ambassador Leichter.
Okay, can you?
She's still
talking?
Here
at
my
the MPD
God!
Headquarters.
I think she's finally going to give it to us as to what happened. What happened, Mayor?
The news never stops. From Tampa, we are here tonight as Hurricane
Lummy, could you send me a different stream from somewhere else that covered the mayor's press conference besides ABC? Because ABC can suck my D.
Oh.
That's my new ABC can suck my D because I get right to the same spot every time. This will be the third if I was to play it. And they give me you're locked up. You got the wrong software. Yippee-yo.
Maybe there's a transcript or something Lummy could just read so we don't have to rely on this technology.
All right, hold on. Let me hear. Hold on. Maybe once she introduces her Lummy!
Listen, you told me to stop using.
You're going to be on the plane with the Palestinians if this keeps up.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
I just got to get a different story here, lover.
Yeah, let's move on.
Let's take off. We can't move on. It's the clickbait. We got to talk about what happened.
We've been talking about it for over an hour.
I know, but we got to give fucking hard term.
Yeah, people come here for the hard facts.
Don't start fucking with me, Brian. I'm telling you, I'm not in the mood to get fucked with.
I'm not fucking with you, bro.
I just want to get through this story so that you can do your stupid fucking
game. Yeah, we got the game coming up in 18 minutes.
I love games.
Lumby, have you sent me anything?
I'm looking for it right now.
Like to play a game. He's on the first plane to Palestine. He'll meet you at the station.
Can you shut up during hot mic? I have to turn my speakers down, okay?
Well, I sent you a full press conference.
Worst show of the week.
Today? Really?
No, I'm Chad.
Is that what they said? Fuck off. Who said that?
Nobody.
The incels.
They can fuck off. I'll fucking block them.
Wait, Thomas.
North Korea's Navy destroyer had a crippled, botched launch.
That's all they seem to ever have is botched launches.
Kim Jong said that the mess up is a criminal act.
Oh, it's sabotage?
No.
That means whoever messed up is going to be murdered.
No, he means who messed up in his country's going to die.
Yeah. What's up, Gilson?
What a raw deal, man. You think you're in the upper end with the nuclear division, and the next thing you know, you're dead because
Hungry like the wolves.
Malfunction.
Hungry like a wolf. Say it.
He's gonna feed them the wolves. I smell like a sound. I'm lost and I'm found. I'm on the hunt. I'm after.
Hungry like a wolf. Say it.
There's another Duran Duran song I like. On the 90s, on the cusp of the 90s.
Her name was Rio, and I.
And she dances in the sun.
Oh, Ordinary World.
Yeah. And if I have to make my way through the ordinary world,
that wasn't a hit.
Somehow I will survive.
That wasn't a hit.
That was.
No, it wasn't.
Yep.
That was a smash. They used to play that on the Imagination Station.
How high did it chart?
Not very.
Number 3.
Oh.
Number 6 on UK singles. Number 3 on Billboard Hot 100.
And number 1 in that ass.
And number 1 in my heart.
Well, I mean, we're knocked off the fucking original 3 now. Like you wouldn't believe. Look. Gainesville.
That's okay. We'll be all right.
We're back up with the karaoke.
They had enough of our anti
They had enough of us fucking milking this story out, not fucking giving them the fucking payoff. Because of ABC having a fucking defective Willie.
They can suck the D, man.
They can.
What's your favorite Hall & Oates song, Steph? There's so many.
Sarah Smiles.
Maneater.
Yeah. I mean,
I can't go for that.
Barracuda.
Because your kiss
no.
is on my list. Because your kiss,
no.
I can't resist.
No.
Because your kiss is on my list.
I thought those guys hate
for
each other.
For the rest of
do.
my life.
I don't think they like each other right now.
No. Private eyes are watching you.
We had one of them on the air.
Yeah.
I think we had John Hall.
You did have John Hall.
Is he the one with the mustache?
No, that's Daryl Oates. Or no, Daryl Hall. That's John Oates. Has the mustache.
We had Daryl Hall.
Yeah.
Mustaches are cool.
I think we should all grow just mustaches, and we all,
I agree, man.
Lumby shaves his beard, I shave my goatee, and we just all come in with, and you clean shave except for your stash, and we have like June stash. The stash of June.
You're out of touch. I'm out of time.
I know all the women's would turn into sprinkler systems if they saw us with mustaches.
A little Corey Hart.
Key West, yeah, we have some really solid Key West butt ticklers.
So I can watch you eat.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Let me send me another news story from the tragic event that happened in Washington, D.C. last night. And that is 2 people killed outside of the Israeli embassy in the District of Columbia. Here is what we know about the D.C. shooting where 2 staff members were killed. The law enforcement worked the scene after 2 staff members of the Israeli embassy in Washington were shot and killed outside the Capitol Jewish Museum. And then these are various pictures of it. They did capture the guy. He seems to be a Mexican or Hispanic gentleman.
We said he waited for the cops. He was just hanging out there.
So he gunned him down, then waited for the cops?
Yeah.
That's stupidity or pimpness, one of the two.
No, he wanted to make sure his point was made.
And lastly, Ambassador liked her.
Look at her. This woman is that.
You liked her?
It was like Kerry Washington from back in the day.
Well, Candace Owens action.
Were you a big Candace? What was the
Kerry
Scandal?
Washington?
Scandal? I didn't watch Scandal.
You didn't watch Scandal?
No.
Oh my God! I think you would have loved it.
I don't watch network TV really.
Actually, it was
The Office.
It was very well done.
I heard it was a show for women's.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I'm a bitch.
Wow.
Now the mayor of D.C. has handed it off to the police chief of D.C. Wait till you see this, Jim.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Oh, wow. Is there any white people that work for you?
What does it matter?
Pamela A. Smith, Chief of Police for the Metropolitan Police.
Because white people need to be represented.
In government? There's not enough whites in government?
Well, it seems like the District of Columbia doesn't have any white people.
Police Department, and I'll start by expressing
more like the District of Colored People.
Their condolences to both of the victims and the families, and also the attendees tonight.
I like this chick. I need to send her to Chicago.
at the Capitol Jewish Museum. At approximately 9:08
All right, they're finally gonna break it down for us. You ready?
Yeah.
9:08 p.m. tonight, we received multiple calls for a shooting in the area of 3rd Street and F Street Northwest. Officers located one adult male and one adult female unconscious and not breathing at the scene.
Man, how suck would it be if you're just walking out of the embassy or the Jewish museum after having, attended a dinner or whatever you did, and you're just going to your car, not causing no problems, not waving a Jewish flag, not trying to be Johnny Jew, not trying to be Johnny, just trying to get home, and you just get gunned down. I just can't wrap my head around that's our America.
DC Fire and EMS responded, and despite all life-saving efforts, both victims succumbed to their injuries.
Both died.
The preliminary investigation indicates that both victims were exiting an event at the Capitol Jewish Museum located in the 500 block of 3rd Street Northwest.
And let me be in a lot of very liberal cities, they don't allow, like Cook County, I think New York City, I don't know about Minneapolis or Philadelphia, but a lot of cities, now the state can be different. Like you can live in Hershey, Pennsylvania, and there the state law may allow guns, but like within the city they do not. I know for a fact that you can't have a gun in Chicago proper, and you can't have a gun in New York proper. I wonder if D.C. is the same way, and this is exactly why they need to allow guns, because had one of these two people had a gun, they could have maybe shot back.
That's true.
And a lot of people won't shoot you knowing if I'm all for open carry. Like Arizona, New Mexico, maybe even Texas, you can have your gun right there on your side. Like now, Florida's concealed, Constitution/concealed carry. You're supposed to have your gun hidden, but I like having the gun right out there.
Nothing like going into a Dunkin' Donuts for a coffee and donut with your kid and having to stand in line next to the AK-47s.
Weed 76, $20.
They're handguns only.
Oh, handgun only,
But
open carry? Because that's not what the laws are in those states, Bubba.
When the shooting occurred, we believe the shooting was committed by a single suspect who is now in custody. Prior to the shooting, the suspect was observed pacing back and forth outside of the museum. He approached a group
of mad as hell.
4 people, produced a handgun, and opened fire, striking both of our decedents. After the shooting, the suspect then entered the museum.
I'm pretty good about carrying my gun, but sometimes I get a little lazy and I don't carry it. I'm going to really start carrying it now.
You a little nervous?
No, it just seems like you just if somebody had a gun, you could have blown this guy away. If I'm walking outside of somewhere and guy's got a gun, at least I might have a chance to get him before he gets me.
That's
and
true.
Was detained by event security.
Brian, I'm assuming you don't own a gun.
Don't assume.
Oh.
All right. Do you own a gun for personal home protection? And I'm assuming you don't. Do you carry that gun in your glove box when you drive to work?
I don't openly talk about what I do with my guns or not.
Okay.
Because you just never know who's listening and who's going to try and do stuff.
Right. Well, let me tell you something. I like to openly tell people I got a concealed weapons permit, and I carry my gun everywhere I possibly can for the most part. You know what? If a guy really wanted to kill me, he could catch me on the grader, grading my track. I probably don't have my gun with me.
Oh, you don't bring it on the grader?
No.
Security. Once in handcuffs, the suspect.
I would just drive my grader right at him. And just try to just hit him.
Identified where he discarded the weapon, and that weapon has been recovered, and he implied that he committed the offense.
All right, so the guy said, I did it. And here's my gun. I stashed it in the bushes. Oh, we got the gun. So they recovered the weapon, and he's already said that he did it.
The suspect
he should be hung today at noon. What else do you need? They probably got all kinds of surveillance of it happening.
Oh, yeah, there's video of him saying free Palestine after he did it.
Yeah, so you got everything you need. Let's snap the guy's neck today at noon on live on ABC. That'd be great.
Except we wouldn't be able to get the feed.
chanted, free Palestine, while in custody. The suspect has been
Well, you're going to need somebody free, buddy, because you're never going to see the light of day.
tentatively identified as 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez of Chicago, Illinois.
See, Chicago.
Illinois.
There's the problem.
Yeah. Does she not know that it's a French word and the S is silent? It's pronounced Illinois.
Take it from Bubba.
I would. Well, listen.
You live there.
I'm saying he's the pronunciation master.
Well, if I know it,
yeah.
I mean, that shows you how stupid the other person is. If I'm more grammatically correct than a person that's supposed to be a high-ranking official, then your agency's in trouble.
Identified as 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez of Chicago, Illinois. Our
Illinois. God.
MPD case detectives are leading this investigation.
And I say Illinois a lot, but Lummy, I know the correct. I just say it.
Maybe that's
for
her
effect.
shout out to you, Bubba. Maybe she's Big Bubba Army.
I've never had sex with an African American woman, but if I had to choose one, I would choose this one right here. That's in my bucket list to do before I die. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to do it. I think I've probably timed out. I think I've timed.
What if we
myself.
did it as like a radio deal, like a contest thing?
Yeah,
if you're an African American woman and you want to have sex with Bubba the Love Sponge.
I think those days are over.
I think the best chance he has is leaving Erica in that tanning bed for about 2 hours.
I think you're right. Put an afro on. I think you're right, Kush.
I will now turn it
for
over
you?
to Washington Field Office Associate Director Steve Jensen.
What's Steve Jensen going to say?
He's a white guy, though, Bubba. There you go.
Bubba's like, finally, somebody who knows what he's talking about.
I bet you this guy says Illinois, not Illinois. Steve Jensen. Come on, buddy.
Thank you, Chief. I'm Steve Jensen, the Assistant Director in charge of the Washington Field Office.
So that's the FBI, right? Brian,
Yep.
Field. Okay.
Yep.
I'd also like to express my sincere condolences not only to the family of the victims, but to the ambassador and the grievance for the Israeli nation.
I'm really honing on this chick right here. I'm really digging her, little Kerry Washington.
Time to hone in on the white man, Bubba.
Tonight, a heinous crime was committed, and the FBI stands with the Metropolitan Police Department to help not only investigate the homicide and provide support, but also to look into ties to potential terrorism or motivation based on a bias-based crime or a hate crime.
And all Palestinians will be removed from the country within the next 30 days. So you can either turn yourself in now through our app and get $1,000 and a free air ride over there, or we'll come get you. We know where you're at.
Even if they're legal, like everything's legal?
Yeah, we're good. It doesn't matter. It's a dirty game, Sal.
No, I just wanted to just make sure.
It's a dirty game.
Tom Homan's just ripping up the green card.
Yeah, it's a dirty game, my friend. When you got people, your country has just gone too far. People that like your country has gone too far. It's time to put a stop to it. It's time to cut the head off the snake.
That's our reason for being here. Full support of the FBI to Metropolitan Police Department.
And again, they're saying, FBI saying this is a hate crime.
To resolve this. And I also want to express my sincere gratitude to Metropolitan Police Department for their quick action.
There's like a bunch of ass kissing around here. Give me some stats. Don't you give me a picture of the dude?
Their attempts to render aid despite the nature of the crime resulting in the death of the victims. Getting the subject in custody quickly resolved this issue and allows us to continue with the investigation.
Wish they would have shot him.
And with that, I'll turn it over to the ambassador.
Well, he didn't say anything. No. So this is the ambassador of. Is this the ambassador of Israel? The United States ambassador to Israel?
Let's find out.
Thank you. Really, what I have to say this evening is thank you.
Well, introduce yourself.
Mayor, to your amazing staff, Attorney General, Ms. Bondi.
Shalom.
Chief Attorney for Washington, Judge Janine.
Let's get Pam up there.
Hero. The couple that was gunned down tonight.
Oh, it was a couple.
Yeah, they were engaged.
Oh, okay.
It's very sad.
It is sad. It even makes me madder.
In the name of Free Palestine. It's a young couple about to be engaged. The young man purchased a ring.
Look at my little girl in the back. Oh, look at old girl.
This week with the intention of proposing to his girlfriend next week in Jerusalem.
Oh.
They were a beautiful...
So they were going to Israel.
To get engaged, yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful couple who came to enjoy an evening...
That just accelerates how bad this is.
...in Washington's Cultural Center. I will say this. We are a resilient people. The people of Israel are resilient people, and the people of the United States of America are resilient people.
And the hot African-American woman to my right, your left, is hot and resilient too.
Together we won't be afraid. Together we'll stand, and we're going to overcome moral depravity of people who think that they're going to achieve political gains through murder. On the way in, Ms. Bondi was kind enough to hand me the phone. On the other line was the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
I just want to let you know we're going to look at all Palestine. We're going to get those stinky bastards.
He's on it, man.
Oh, he is. And he needs to be on it right now. As soon as he wakes up, he needs to have a press conference about this right now.
Told me that his administration is going to do everything.
I already got Ton Homan on the phone. We're getting all the Palestinians out of here.
Thing it can possibly do to fight and end anti-Semitism and the hatred that's being directed, the demonization and delegitimization of the State of Israel. Together with President Trump, our Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, will stand together tall and firm.
Good. It's time for Trump and Netanyahu to go out there and blow, just absolutely make a parking lot of Palestine, the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, absolutely. Listen, if you're Israeli and you're in those areas, get the hell out while the getting's good, because we're fixing to make this a parking lot.
They took Palestine and made it a parking lot.
We will confront this moral depravity without fear and with determination. And now we'll turn to taking care of the families of these two victims. And again, I think the American administration and the city of Washington and the law enforcement officers who are on this case are going to get to the bottom of it and bring justice to this city.
I was reading chat. She does kind of a little Janet Jackson to her, doesn't she? Janet Jackson meets Kerry Washington meets Candace Owens.
Yeah, I don't think they're saying much else, Bubba. I don't think we're getting a ton more information out of this.
The United States and the people of Israel.
We got a game to do,
Who
bro.
are here feeling confident and safe in the city of Washington and around the United States of America.
All right, thank you. Let's see who he hands it off to, then we're done.
Thank you.
Let's see if Bondi gets up there with all of her foundation.
You can take a few questions, Chief.
Hi, Shamari Stone from Fox 5 DC. You say that there is a suspect in custody right now, and he walked into the museum. What is he telling investigators tonight?
Well, I don't know what he's telling them at this moment. What I do know is that he is in custody. And as you know, Amari, we have to conduct an investigation, and that requires us to ask many questions. At the time of this press conference, I'm not privileged to that information as of right now.
All righty.
All right, here we go. That's what we know about it. If we go to words now, we are so on time, it's pathetic. Come back with maybe the game. Come back with the game. I can play these two excerpts. I love Trump. When somebody asks him a stupid question, he just turns it around, ask who you work for, and tell you that you suck and that you need a real job.
That's a real answer.
That is. Who do you work for?
Why are you coming at me with these terrible questions?
I work for News McGillicuddy. Get a real job. That's not even a real job. Not even a real source. That's why you suck.
I work for your mom. That's what I'd say.
Is that what you'd say?
Yeah.
I work for your mom.
Said that
here we go.
Andy Harris said that you didn't adequately convince enough people to vote for the bill. The House Freedom Caucus.
You mean after this speech?
After this speech. That's what
I think so. Well, what do we see at the voters? I think it was a great talk. It wasn't a speech we talked about then. Who do you work for?
Notice.
Who?
Notice.
Novus.
I don't know what the hell that is.
I don't even know what the hell that is. Listen to him.
Get yourself a real job.
Get yourself a real job.
Well, the big beautiful bill passed, so it looks like it did work.
Here it is. Here's a final Trump turnaround. When you try to catch him with a question to keep, make him look stupid, he'll turn it right back around on you.
Okay. Mr. President, the Pentagon announced it would be accepting a Qatari jet to be used as Air Force One.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You got to get out of here. What does this have to do with the Qatari jet? They're giving the United States Air Force a jet, okay? And it's a great thing. We're talking about a lot of other things. This NBC trying to get off the subject of what you just saw. You are a real, you're a terrible reporter.
It's a legitimate question.
Well, it's not. I would agree with Trump. It's not legitimate to what's currently going on and what this story is about and what they're meeting about.
Right, and what he's there for with this gentleman.
So I would agree with him on that. But you could be a little more diplomatic about it and say,
I don't
look,
think so.
I'm not taking those questions right now.
Come on.
Apartheid,
right, with the South African president.
Right, that's what they're talking about.
Yeah, the fake story showing all the gravesides
and so but Trump takes it to the next level.
You are a real, you're a terrible reporter.
And then he gets into the management of NBC. Listen,
you don't have what it takes to be a reporter. You're not smart enough. But for you to go into a subject about a jet that was given to the United States Air Force, which is a very nice thing. They also gave $5.1 trillion worth of investment in addition to the jet. Go back. You ought to go back to your studio at NBC because Brian Roberts and the people that run that place.
This Trump keeps score, man. In his little head, man, he even knows who's the newsroom director, who's the C. He knows who calls the shots. And he's like Richard Nixon. Brian, wasn't it Richard Nixon that kept a list of reporters that did him dirty?
Yeah. I think and most people with NPD absolutely keep score and don't forget and will go for vengeance.
Brian Roberts and the people that run that place, they ought to be investigated. They are so terrible the way you run that network, and you're a disgrace. No more questions from you. Go ahead.
You know what, Brian? It's almost like a South Park episode, is it not?
Again, I don't mind him being perturbed by the fact that it's an off-topic question. I just think
if it was an on-topic question, it'd be a little bit more.
That's uncalled for. If it's about what's going on and he starts calling people disgraces and saying they're not smart enough to do their job,
but he's actually trying to shed light to the apartheid and this with this gentleman here, and it's like. I don't know. It is kind of an out of bounds, not on topic question at all.
Go ahead, talk about that. His name is Peter something. He's a terrible reporter. Quiet. Let's go.
Thank you so much, President Trump.
That guy could run an elementary school classroom. I'm telling you that right now.
He you know what? He could roll right up into Sammy's class.
You call this macaroni art? It's terrible. It's terrible. Why don't you go home to your mommy and daddy and learn how to glue elbow pasta onto a piece of paper? You disgust me, you little urchin.
When we return, we'll do Brian's game, the game that we play. We try to play a little game with Brian every Thursday. We also have the unsigned band review, and we probably need to get into a little bit of as time would warrant, get into a little bit of the Diddy stuff. There's more stuff that came out yesterday. Sean Diddy Combs trial takeaways, forensic psychologists, federal agents, former executive assistant testify in sex trafficking case. There's just so much every day. I almost feel like America's getting somewhat desensitized by it. I bet you the ratings of people following what's happening is probably gone down somewhat just because it's just, I think all the really dirty, grimy stuff kind of came out early and now they're just feathering the gas pedal. Brian said, I talked to him privately and he's like, I don't know what he's gonna get if he'll be found guilty or not, but he's a real piece of shiz. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if that's if that means he gets convicted or not, but I mean, I think you throw enough really, really shady stuff against the wall, some of it sticks. What do you think, Brian? I mean, I know that you haven't really kept
I know that nothing sticks in a Diddy room. Everything's lubed up.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I think you'll enjoy today's game. It's brought to you by 7-Eleven. Oh, thanks heavens for 7-Eleven.
Thank you.
Here you go, Bubs. I'll get you a paper towel, too. You may need a little bit more than just...
I got a paper towel over here.
No, this eraser looks good.
No, it's not. There's 8
Brian, here.
questions.
You know, here, come here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but do we have to keep every answer on our thing?
No, you got to erase
Hold on.
them.
1,
Thank you.
2, and then I have 3. You don't need an eraser. I mean,
No,
you're-
I don't need to write
Okay.
anything.
All right. Got it. We got it. Everybody's got one.
Twink just asked the questions. He doesn't answer them. Here you go, sir. Extra erase stuff.
Oh, thank you.
Was Twink at the Diddy parties?
Yeah, Twink was there.
Yeah, Twink actually was
Twink's the
murdered.
only guy that got
Twink
to
didn't
go-
die of natural causes. He was murdered by Diddy, so
Twink-
he couldn't
Twink-
testify.
Twink got up in there and was able to have fun and got out.
Was he the Dominator or the Destroyer or whatever?
Lummy, what time are we doing unsigned?
I told him between 9:15 and 9:20.
Chuck Woolery was there too. Twink
And
and
the band's
Chuck were
called
tag
what?
team people.
WB Sims.
Don't drop the dime.
WB Sims? It sounds like an electrician.
I guess it's his name. He's
an electrician and singer.
He's a country artist.
Where's he from? Electric music.
He's from Alabama.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Country artist. WB Sims.
Alabama.
Fuck yeah.
Actually, the band, I had another band, and they canceled on us over the weekend, and I found this guy up in the Panhandle.
You guys both found each other when you were looking for each other at the right time.
He has a upstart band from Nashville where he was down for the singing.
Well,
guitar case out.
I'm tickled.
Living in America.
Okay.
Is that your favorite James Brown song? Or Papa's Got a Brand New Bag?
I only know the one from Rocky.
Living in America?
Yeah, I don't have his. I don't know his catalog. I know the Do the Twist.
That's Chubby Checker.
My disrespect. I mean,
And then he did Twist Again, and then he did Peppermint Twist. I think he did 45 songs that were plays. He did like the Christmas Twist.
Wait.
Oh, Chubby Checker, there's like 87 variations of the Twist.
But Twist and Shout.
Twist Again. Well, Twist and Shout was the Beatles, right?
Well, I don't know, dude. You said you cornered them working on Twist songs.
Hold on, let's see. So he had the Twist, and then he did, let's see what else he had. Twist, and Let's Twist Again. And then I think he did the Peppermint Twist. Was that him too?
Dude, save it. We should talk about his catalog on the podcast today.
So he had Let's Twist, The Twist, Slow Twistin',
Twist the Night Away.
Twistin' USA, Let's Twist Again. Let's see. He liked to do a lot of songs about dances. He has one, the Charleston, Let's Do the Freddie.
But he wasn't a twist and shout.
No, he wasn't.
Interesting.
He's still...
No, he just died.
Yeah, he just died in 2024. Yeah.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Haven't heard from... I think Bob Cook's locked in for Operation Kayfabe. Lummy, you're locked in for Operation Kayfabe on, what, Saturday?
Yo, I was going to just talk to you about the times.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
Maybe if I could just... If Big Red can do Saturday, which I think he said he could, maybe I could have you... We could just do it early on Saturday. I only need... Like, it would be 2 hours. That's it. And if it was me, you, and Big Red, we might just get it done.
Yeah.
So why is Bob Cook coming?
Well, because maybe Bob Cook could come on Sunday in case me, Big, and Red and Lummy didn't get all of Operation Kayfabe done on Saturday. I haven't even heard from Creatine Trav. I think he's like, I'm out of here. Sounds way too hard for me. Let's not forget, when you're the vice president of Target Distribution, you probably aren't really doing a lot of manual labor as well. I think Creatine Trav, Lummy, gives orders, doesn't really do, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I think he literally has, what, a staff of like 500?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's big time.
Vice president of, Target Distribution. I think, have you seen that big Target Distribution Center on 52?
Yes, I have.
They have, you know what? I don't know how much it costs to build, but they've not opened it. It's been open it's been done for almost a year now, maybe 2. And I mean, oh my God, they've built retention ponds and guard shacks.
We talking about the documentary, or are we talking about the Target Distribution Center?
Talking about the Target Distribution Center.
I know the documentary's been done for almost a year, too.
Yeah, it has. But thanks to people like you.
Yeah, it's my fault.
No,
lawyers.
Yeah, lawyers. Lawyers.
I hate lawyers.
At the end of the day, and entertainment lawyers are the worst. They're the worst. Because they're like, well, yeah, everything looks pretty good. It looks like, yeah, under the fair use, and it looks good. That was a news story, and so you can have everything buttoned up according to the information they've given you, and then they'll be like, but you still can't.
They got to earn their money, their hourly fee.
I finally told one of the guys, I'm like, listen, we're getting churned.
Yeah, you are.
We're getting churned at this point. Let's just let it rip.
All the money they spent on lawyers, they could have just paid whatever lawsuit you got against you.
Wrote somebody a check. All right, so we are playing a game that Brian, who he will transform himself into his game show persona, which is Twink, Fartin, or Martindale. And of course, we have the proper sound effects for right and wrong answers. And I don't know, Seth, Lummy, if you've kept score on how many games we've played and what the score is, but I think it's something like I've won 4, Seth has won 2, and you've won 1.
Yes, that is correct.
Twink, is that correct?
That is correct, Bubba. Ding, 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 ding.
Ding, ding, ding for me. That's Seth, the winner of 2 games, me, the winner of 4 games, and Lummy comes in third and the winner of 1 game.
Yes.
All right, Twink, so take it away. What are we gaming here today?
Today's game is which one doesn't fit. I'm going to give you 4 words or people or things, and you're going to have to pick out of that group which one doesn't belong.
Oh.
And we write it down on you've provided, looks like something that maybe you've taken out of your daughter's toys.
Yes.
And
we're a high production team here.
Mine, I think it looks called, what's it called? Stretchy Tales or
Sketchy Tales?
Sketchy.
Yeah, it's a Disney
Tales.
It's a Disney sketch game. It's fun for the family.
It's Sketchy Tales, and we have little Disney laminate cards with little magic markers that we can erase with our paper towels provided, and we write down the one that does not fit.
Yes.
You give us 4 things. one of which doesn't fit. And we write that down, and then we will show the camera, and you will score accordingly.
Yes. So for the
Okay.
first question, which word doesn't fit? Flaming, flamboyant, sultry, or blistering? Flaming, flamboyant, sultry, or blistering?
My God.
Which word doesn't fit? Lummy is pondering deeply.
God, that's a hard one.
Flaming, flamboyant, sultry, or blistering?
Damn it to hell.
I don't know.
I'm up.
Time's up.
Okay.
Answers in.
Okay, everybody show the camera.
Lummy, what'd you go with?
Blistering.
Seth went with flamboyant. Bubba, what'd you go with?
Flamboyant.
Flamboyant is correct. The other three are words for synonyms for hot.
Wow.
Seth, congratulations.
And Bubba.
Okay.
Bubba and Seth on the board.
Take your little.
Now I will say only the first
that
two.
was a hard one.
Only the first
because
two
they
are
all
words.
Okay.
And the rest of them are obviously they're words, but it's not just the meaning of the word. Ready for this one?
Yes.
Number 2.
Let me. Are you keeping score, or Twink? Do you keep score?
I'm keeping score.
Okay.
Gifted, erudite, daft, precocious. Gifted, erudite, daft, precocious.
Okay.
Don't look at chat and get your answers in.
Don't look at chat. Everybody ready? 1, 2, 3. Show your cards.
Show your cards.
I have daft.
Seth?
I broke down FU.
Seth is passing.
Hold on, Seth.
You're not taking a guess?
No, I don't know.
Seth gets that. I wrote daft just because I had no. Seth, I really do feel like you, but I want to, try to win.
What'd you go with, Lummy? Flamboyant again?
Precocious.
Okay. The correct answer is daft.
Oh.
It means not intelligent, slow. Gifted, erudite, and precocious
I will tell
all
you
mean
this.
smart or clever.
I will be intellectually honest with everybody. I completely guessed. I figured the third one down might be it. I had no idea what most of those meant.
I don't think anybody's accusing you of being a sleuth, Bubba.
No, exactly. What I'm saying is, I completely did not know. I got lucky on that.
All right, here we go. Ready for question number 3. Things change up a little bit here. Bubba the Love Sponge, Howard Stern, Cousin Brucey, Ryan Seacrest. Which one doesn't fit in that group?
Oh, my God. Okay, I got it.
Bubba the Love Sponge, Howard Stern, Cousin Brucey, Ryan Seacrest.
I got it, and I know why, too.
Oh, okay. We got
it.
Bubba from Lummy, Bubba from Seth, and what'd you guess, Bubba?
Ryan Seacrest.
Okay, and why doesn't he fit?
Because he's not on Sirius XM.
Ooh,
Everybody.
I'm sorry. The only person to get it wrong was Bubba. Seth and Lummy got it right. Hold on. Ryan Seacrest was on. His show was simulcast on KISS 11 on Sirius XM.
Yeah.
So that is not correct. I made sure of that. The correct answer is the other 3 are in the Radio Hall of Fame. Bubba is not. So
that's pretty bad.
Point for Seth and Lummy.
I missed my own question.
All right, we're ready for question 4.
Yeah.
The Pacific Ocean, the Indian Ocean, the Caspian Sea, the Nile River. Pacific Ocean, Indian Ocean, Caspian Sea, the Nile River.
Okay, everybody ready? 1, 2, 3. Show your cards. Did you everybody showing their cards?
I wouldn't get.
What's our answers?
Pacific Ocean.
Our Pacific.
Mine's Nile.
Nile, Pacific, and Pacific? No, the correct answer was the Indian Ocean. The other 3 are their biggest bodies of their respected water: ocean, lake, and river. The Caspian Sea is actually a lake.
All right, well, we missed that one.
All right.
Continue on. What's the current score?
It's 2 for Bubba, 2 for Seth, and 1 for Lummy. Moving on to question number 5. The Ottawa Senators, the Detroit Red Wings, the Chicago Blackhawks, and the Toronto Maple Leafs. Which one doesn't fit in that group? Ottawa Senators, Detroit Red Wings, Chicago Blackhawks, Toronto Maple Leafs. Everybody got their answer?
Yeah.
We got Seth said what?
The Maple Leafs.
Maple Leafs, Bubba?
Mine said the Toronto.
Toronto Maple Leafs, and Lummy went with Ottawa. Lummy is correct. Lummy, why is that correct?
Not the original hockey team.
The other three are original 6 members.
Oh, nice.
Ottawa is not.
I thought they were the other ones were in the same division.
No, good guesses. Good guesses.
Lummy tied it up. It's really getting to be a nut hugger here.
You
or a nut
are
tugger.
So that's not what I was going for. The others were original 6s. So okay, here's one. Ready?
But I mean, you know what? My actual reasoning might be true in the fact that Toronto.
No, they're not in the same division as Chicago. Chicago's out west.
I know, but so is Ottawa, and so is the other 3
but
teams.
you didn't guess the Blackhawks.
Hold on. What I'm saying is, I think Toronto is the only team that's in a different.
No.
I think the other 3 teams.
No, the Blackhawks are the only ones in a different division. None of you went with that, so clearly that wasn't your reasoning.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. All right, ready for the next one? Brutus the Barber Beefcake, Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Oh my God.
The British Bulldog Davy Boy Smith, the American Dream Dusty Rhodes.
What the hell?
Brutus the Barber Beefcake, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, the British Bulldog Davy Boy Smith, and the American Dream Dusty Rhodes.
All right, I got it. Everybody ready?
1, 2, 3, answer. Lummy, who you got?
Dusty Rhodes.
Seth?
I got the British Bulldog.
I got the British Bulldog.
It is the British Bulldog. What's the answer, Bubba? What's the tie?
The answer is the one person that wasn't that's not in the Hall of Fame.
No. The answer, the reasoning was that's the one person you have never tagged with in a tag team wrestling match.
Oh.
You tagged with Brutus,
Yes,
Jim Duggan, and Dusty Rhodes.
Yes, I did.
Wow.
And you know what? Let me.
When was Jim Duggan?
Oh God, I did Duggan. Duggan and I did 2 or 3 matches worth of Hangman.
Oh.
Yeah.
That was in the Tupelo territory.
Bubba was deep in Mississippi.
I mean, but think about it. I mean, people can job me out all you want, but I mean, I did tag with those 3 dudes. That's pretty impressive.
It is.
Especially Dusty Rhodes.
I think coming up with that question was pretty impressive. Let's give Twink his due.
Twink rolls around getting his due. Twink's all
Good
that,
job.
man.
This is the part in the show where we all laud Twink.
We really appreciate Twink. Twink brings, Twink, unlike other guests, Twink brings just another level of coolness.
All right, so Seth, what was your reasoning for going with Davy Boy Smith there, since you didn't know that he didn't tag with Bubba?
I thought because Brutus had the scissors and Hacksaw could have been a hacksaw, and that Dusty Rhodes used to cut himself, that it all had to do with cutting things.
And British never really had
and
it.
British
was a cutter.
was a dog, so he was a biter, not a cutter.
And mine was, I didn't know, I thought that all 3 were in the Hall of Fame, except, I don't know that Brutus, I didn't think that British Bulldog was in the Hall of Fame.
And you could be right on that.
I don't think Hacksaw is in the Hall of Fame, is he?
I don't know. All right, here's for the next question. Question 7, just for the scoring right now. 3 for Bubba, 3 for Seth, 2 for Lummy. It is literally anyone's game with 2 questions remaining. Mariah Carey, Diana Ross, Stevie Nicks, Aretha Franklin.
One more time.
Mariah Carey, Diana Ross, Stevie Nicks, Aretha Franklin.
Okay.
Who do we got here, guys?
Ready? Everybody for the reveal?
Seth went with Nicks.
I went with Nicks.
You went with Nicks?
Yes.
Lummy went with Nicks?
Yep.
It's actually Aretha Franklin. Mariah Carey, Diana Ross, and Stevie Nicks are not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame as individual singers.
I was talking about the only white one.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not giving you guys. It would have been a wash anyways. So, but that wasn't what we were going for there. It wasn't a rate.
That's what we were going for.
We don't see color here on which one doesn't fit.
Okay.
Last question. Blue Ribbon Sports, Bennigan's, Sound of Music, Back Rub.
Dude, what? Come on.
It's a tough one.
Are you onto some gay stuff?
Blue Ribbon Sports, Bennigan's. Women can give back rubs, Bubba. Sound of Music and Back Rub. Blue Ribbon Sports, Bennigan's, Sound of Music, Back Rub. Which one doesn't fit?
Okay.
Holy hell, I have no.
Me either. Great. All right, ready? Go ahead.
1, 2, 3. Show your answers.
I got Bennigan's.
Bennigan.
2 Bennigan's and a, what'd you go?
Back rub.
Back rub. The correct answer is Bennigan's.
Giving me the win.
Do you want to know what the tie was there? Of the tie that binds those other 3 together?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Blue Ribbon Sports became Nike. Sound of Music became Best Buy, and Backrub became Google. Those were the original names for those companies.
And
Bennigan's
so-
was always known by the name Bennigan's.
Bennigan's never had a name change.
Correct.
Wow.
So Sound of the Best Buy story is pretty cool, actually. Sound of Music was a music store, and they got hit by a tornado, and all of their like high expensive equipment got damaged. So they were having a tornado sale, and it was a 4-day sale, and they advertised this come down and get some of our Best Buys, and they did so well with it, they changed the name of the store to Best Buy.
Well, there you go.
There you go. Little factoid for you for the day.
So now it's Bubba 5, Seth 2, Lummy 1, and the continuing series of Twink Martindale's cool-ass games that nobody else gets to hear.
There you go. There we go.
I think we're going to be right on time, or we could probably scratch a little bit of the Seth P. Diddy Combs takeaways to stretch out a little bit of time, which I think we probably should.
Yeah.
The trial of Sean P. Diddy Combs continued Wednesday in Manhattan. By the way, congratulations to all my fellow Twink Martindale participants. I really look forward to doing that. It's something different than we usually do, and even the trolls like it. So you know that it's pretty cool. The trial of P. Diddy Combs continued Wednesday in the Manhattan federal courtroom, including a federal agent who oversaw the raid of the mogul's Miami home, a forensic pathologist or psychologist, and Combs' former executive assistant testifying in the sex trafficking case. Federal prosecutors say that for decades, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced women to participate in marathon sexual encounters called freak-offs, and used his business empire along with guns, kidnapping, and arson to conceal his arson. This is the first that we've heard of he would burn something down, right? I mean, has anybody heard that?
Well, sounds like they alleged he tried to conceal evidence by once he's found out that they were starting to investigate him to burn stuff. That's what I think it was going to go on to say there.
So arson doesn't have to necessarily be a house. It could be just like a trash barrel that you're throwing documents in. Can that be arson?
Depends on where you're doing the burning, yeah.
Yeah. So if you're doing, let's say you got your Miami mansion, and you instruct your assistants to bring me a 55-gallon empty trash barrel, and we're going to do it out by the pool area. Get me some gas and some lighter fluid, and some matches, and we're going to start burning, various documents, cell phones, hard drives, and so forth. Is that considered arson, even though it's not the flaming of your house? It's is arson just the act of burning? It doesn't necessarily have to be a house.
Yeah, burning with malicious intent of property. That's it.
So if he's burning hard drives, whatever, that's arson. Doesn't have to be the house.
Some arson statutes are a little more narrowly defined to include buildings, dwellings, cars, forests. But it by definition, it can be the burning of any property, typically.
Under the direct questioning by the prosecution, Gannon, who was a federal FBI agent that participated in the home raids, said that between 80 and 90 law enforcement agents participated in the search of a 20,000-square-foot residence in Star Island, which is in Miami, which is only accessible by a single bridge or boat. Among the items agents seen were a bin containing 25 bottles of baby oil and 31 bottles of Astrogride lubricant and a rubber duck. I wonder if they meant to say a rubber. Put the take the U out and put something else in there. A rubber duck, a crystal rock-like substance inside of a wooden box marked Puffy, a plastic bag of pills that tested positive for the main ingredient of a hallucinogen. So he had mushroom pills, Lummy.
Yeah, no big deal.
3 cell phones stuffed inside of a boot, a Gucci bag containing white residue that tested positive for cocaine and ketamine, multicolored pills, some stamped with a Tesla symbol, that tested positive for MDMA and Xanax, parts of AR-15 rifles with their serial numbers scratched off. Now, Brian, that's as big of a deal as you think that may not be. That is in the federal world, That's a big deal when you have assault rifles with their serial numbers scratched off. Am I not right?
Yeah.
Like, that's a big deal.
So it looks like, by the way, on the arson, it looks like he firebombed Kid Cudi's car. And he's testifying, I guess, today.
A .45 caliber handgun found inside a red suitcase at the entrance to the guard shack. Well, that could be the guard shack's gun, right? The guard that works there. I mean, I would want my guy that's working my guard shack that lets people into my compound to be armed, right?
Yeah.
Hughes testified. Dawn Hughes, a board-certified clinical and forensic psychologist specializing in trauma, took the stand. She testified that other high-profile cases in recent years, including the 2021 federal trial of R. Kelly, the 2022 Amber Heard and Johnny Depp defamation trial. She told the court that she was testifying for the prosecution here as a paid expert on domestic violence and traumatic stress, but not personally evaluated any of the victims or witnesses in their case. So at that point, Brian, are they just trying to get like an expert witness to say that if a person like Cassie would have went through what has been testified to, that would make her crazy?
Yeah,
or it's abusive, or it's whatever.
I don't quite get a hypothetical testimony from a doctor who didn't actually observe anybody about damages that are hypothetical in nature, but whatever.
I mean, the government's throwing,
they're throwing it against the wall.
Now, would you agree, Brian, that P. Diddy's never going to take this stand?
No,
I mean
0.0%.
There's no
chance.
way.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, they would kill him.
Yeah.
Kid Cudi to take the stand. So, Kid Cudi takes the stand today.
Yes.
Now, this is a guy that after Casey broke up with Diddy, she started dating Kid Cudi, and Kid Cudi got his car firebombed and always had to be looking over his shoulder because he thought that P. Diddy Combs was going to kill him.
Yes.
Grammy Award-winning rapper Kid Cudi is expected to testify in federal court today against Sean P. Diddy Combs in what could prove to be a pivotal moment for the prosecutors. The rapper is expected to delve into details of his romantic relationship with Cassie for more than a decade, including allegations that Combs blew up his car. Cudi, whose real name is Scott, Miscuddy, better known as Cudi, is known for his contemporary and alternative style of hip hop. Seth, has he ever had any big hits or anything?
Huge.
Oh yeah,
huge.
I mean,
two of the biggest bangers: "Day and Night," "Pursuit of Happiness."
Oh, he did "Day and Night."
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
"Pursuit of Happiness."
So he's had some hits.
"Better Place" from the Trolls Band Together movie.
The 41-year-old artist first gained national attention with his release of a mixtape, A Kid Named Cudi, in 2008, and often raps about his childhood struggles with depression, loneliness, alienation, and occasionally touches on alcohol and drug abuse. His testimony will be key as he answers questions from the federal prosecutors about his past relationship with Ventura as they try to bolster the charges that Combs engaged in racketeering and sex trafficking. He's charged with 1 count of racketeering conspiracy, 2 counts. Oh, these are the charges. And I think that there's a way to look at it legally where they got him on all 5. And I think that there's also an argument legally that they don't have him on anything. He's charged with 1 count of racketeering conspiracy, 2 counts of sexual trafficking by force. I think they got him on that. Fraud and coercion, and 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. I mean, you can literally be guilty of that if you're in New York or Manhattan and you send your Escalade to go into New Jersey to pick up a male escort called the Punisher to blast Cassie. I think that probably gets you on transportation to engage in prostitution, right? I mean. Right? I mean,
yeah.
The jackhammer wasn't available?
Nope.
No, the jackhammer was not available. Exotic male dancer The Punisher read erotic tales about Cassie. He said P. Diddy had erectile dysfunction all the time. When you're taking all those opioids, sometimes you can't get a bone. You just can't get a boner. And it's looking like the Punisher had to come in and do the cleanup, right?
Every big trial seems to have a character that
standout
pops
witness.
out.
Yes.
The Punisher.
O.J. Simpson, it was Kato Kalin. In Diddy, it's the Punisher. This is just almost...
Is that the Punisher?
I guess.
Yes,
hysterical.
I think that's him.
Yes.
And I can say hysterical.
And now, didn't the Punisher testify yesterday?
Yes, he was on the stand yesterday.
Because I'm not sure how he connects to any crime, but it's one of the most entertaining. Well,
You're not sure how he connects to any crime?
Correct. And we'll get into it. We'll get into it.
The guy, his name is the Punisher. We first heard about him when Cassie was on the stand, and she referred to one of the alleged sex workers that they had freak-offs with as the Punisher.
Okay, so let's get into
it.
And
so he took the stand today.
Yeah, he took the stand.
As an alleged sex worker, and you don't figure out how he fits into this case?
Problem, Charles.
By the way, let me fish on the J 50 for the babyface.
Thank you, Fish on the J. Stay safe out there.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army or BubbaArmyTips.com.
Is that there has to be, and I don't want to
Let's get to it.
bogged down in it.
Yeah, we'll get to it.
Where is the interstate transportation? He's from Harlem, and he did it.
Right.
Everything he did that he testified to is in New York.
And all of his parties that were all in New York.
Essex House, Trump International Hotel, and that's what I saw. Now, maybe there's more, but that's what I saw. The Punisher meets Diddy and Cassie after Cassie says that I'm having a birthday party for my husband, and we'd love...
She was. Brian, every time I see a picture of her, she's so beautiful.
Yeah.
But she was a naughty, was she not?
I mean, she was into it until she wasn't.
Up for you to come and be an exotic dancer. And so the Punisher shows up at the Trump International Hotel in New York City, and there are candles lit in the living room. And he walks in.
What a romantic setting.
And Cassie says to him, well, look, my husband kind of wants to watch as you do some kind of an exotic dance, and why don't you go into the bathroom and maybe change into bathrobe or your underwear or whatever.
Slip into something more comfortable?
Well, he slips into nothing because he comes out naked. And then
with this big Punisher ween. And here is, here's P. Diddy that's got soft noodle Jones lummy because he's on too many opioids.
Yeah, and
he's got erectile dysfunction. Oof. And the Punisher probably comes out ready to punish with that type of weaponry.
Cassie suggests that maybe they could even get more intimate as Diddy watches all of this as she is lathered in baby oil and they have sex and Cassie pays him. Initially, it was supposed to be $800 and then I believe she gives him another $1,200 on his way out.
Another $1,200, making it 2 G's?
Wow.
God, I wish I was black with a big wiener.
Door.
$2,000 to roll up on a hot chick like Cassie?
My P. Diddy's in the corner.
Well, I guess I could get through that.
This was repeated over a period of time.
Right.
But it's just like unbelievable. So some of the color of this witness, I'm telling you, he's written a book, and part of the book chronicles some of this, except he used aliases.
Do you know what the name of the book is?
I do. Why don't you mention it to our
friends here?
Wonderful people.
Yes. The title of the book is Freezer Meat.
And they said, why freezer meat? And he said, well, that's as hard as it gets, essentially.
So something frozen as hard as it can be. You take a regular piece of fresh meat. You put like a hot dog. Take a hot dog out of the refrigerator. It's got some flexibility to it. Take it out of the freezer, and it's you can drive a nail with it.
Yes.
So anyway,
Harvey, what's interesting to me about this guy is how does this relate to the case that they're trying to prove against Diddy? It does seem like it was a very wild
Derek.
sex party, but
that's my question.
No, it's a good question with this witness because there's one instance where he says he saw Diddy giving Cassie some subtle directions about lighting adjustments. So I thought maybe this is a witness who saw coercion, who saw him actually sort of force Cassie into things. But that's not the nature of this testimony. It sounds like he was hired for for some sort of sexual escapade. They did it, and everything was consensual. So I'm not sure where this gets them.
And Derek, everything I saw,
I think it just continues to just make how salacious this is, and to, groom the jury. Just how freaky they were. I don't know if this necessarily backs up any of their crime. I don't know if this does anything for the prosecution other than just continues down the erotic path that they've already been down.
It all happened in New York. At least that's what I look.
I mean, so I got to go to words. Let me, so I'm not late. But I mean, I think Harvey Levin makes a pretty good, and then that is, if they're going to get him for interstate, sex trafficking or transportation for prostitution, I thought in order for it to be federal, it had to be across state lines. But if you're traveling within the 5 boroughs of New York, then this is just what? Is this just window dressing, Brian?
It seems like they just wanted it for the salaciousness, and then also maybe a little bit to show how Diddy was in control and directing everything. But because I don't know. I mean, Cassie's the one that reaches out to this guy. Cassie's the one that arranges everything.
She's the one that pays him.
Cassie's the one that greets him. Cassie's the one that pays him. I don't know how this helps unless they just wanted to call him as a witness because they knew he would be good for the defense potentially. I don't know.
Right. Let me. There's so much Diddy stuff that we could be here till 11 o'clock. But we have to get our unsigned band review in. We're going to be calling that guy next.
Yeah, he's in the waiting room.
W.B. Sims.
Yes.
W.B. Sims is a country artist as dynamic as its genre itself. Each song shows a different side of country music, a different side of himself. So audience members feel like they did more than just hear a new artist. They made a new friend. He draws inspiration from artists like Alan Jackson and Garth Brooks, whose albums can be played lounging on the beach, crying in a bar, floating down a river, and everywhere in between. His most recent release, Don't Got a Boat, shows his ability to combine a traditional storytelling country song to be fun, carefree attitude on the Gulf Coast. More than just a singer and an entertainer with important links. So, Lummy, are we going to be listening to Don't Got a Boat?
Yes, Don't Got a Boat. That's his new song.
W.B. Sims is our unsigned band review artist that we'll have on next.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtime girl. He did?
Yeah, now he wants to be a singer.
Hey, man. I can feel him on that. He's probably much more talented than I am, but...
Listen, Kim Kardashian's a lawyer.
That's true. How we all doing, everybody? Let's throw some money. Slowed up a little bit. We came out good, out of the gates, nicely. A couple hundred. Slowed down since. What would you like me to sing, Gilson? Taking requests. I'm the opening act for W.B. Sims. No, little Gipper, I'm not. Got a hot wife, and my life is better than probably just about everybody out there. Of course, everybody knows the Barney song. I love you, you love me. Don't tell my heart, my achy, breaky heart. I just don't think you understand. And if you tell my heart, my achy, breaky heart, it might blow up and kill this
Hey, bud, can you hear me?
Woo.
Oh, here we go. Like this. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got you. We got your levels. So we'll be about 3 minutes and 20 seconds, and then we'll be live. We'll come right back to you live. Okay, bud?
Awesome. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
I've seen fire and I've
Thank you,
seen
Macho Man. Thank you. Yep. Hey, Mach, after the show, I got to pull up my thing. I got to record a spot.
That I thought would never end. Seen lonely times when I could not find a friend.
James Taylor.
But only one to see you again. Oh, we got $20 from Sicilian Redneck to do Devil Went Down to Georgia. Well, the devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. He was in a bind because he was way behind and he was willing to make a deal. When he came across this young man sawing on a fiddle and playing it hot, and the devil jumped on a hickory stump and said, "Boy, let me tell you what. You probably didn't even know, but I'm the best fiddle player too. And if you care to take a dare, I'll make a bet with you. Now you're playing pretty good fiddle, boy, but give the devil his due. I'll bet a fiddle of gold against your soul that I'm better than you." The boy said, "My name's Johnny, and I might be a sin. But I'm gonna take your bet, and you're gonna regret I'm the best it's ever been. Johnny, rosin up your bow and play your fiddle hard, because the devil..." Anyways, there you go. That's all you're getting for $20. Maybe WB Sims will do it.
With his sultry voice. Sultry.
Fire on the mountain, run, boys, run. The devil's in the house of the rising sun. Chicken in the bread pan, picking out dough. Granny good, let your dog bite, no child, no.
Morning, what up, Tommy?
Tap dance for tips. No, I can't tap dance. Sorry.
That's 6. So we'll break with 7 after we get done with him. We'll break with 7. That'll put us there. Tell me if that's rainy.
No, it's not.
Okay. We may have to tell her story tomorrow. I think she bought a brand new Skag.
Yeah, that's Chester Charlie.
I'm good, Boondocks. Cards are doing good.
Charlie Daniels was the shit. He has good ties to Newport Richey and the Pasco County area, Angela's house. That's actually, who was that? Was that Charlie Daniels?
I thought that was
The Angela's house? Which one was that?
I thought that was
Willie, no.
Oh, who's the guy that sings that one song?
George Thorogood, maybe?
Yeah, I thought that was him.
No.
Yeah.
I think George Thorogood's
From like Pasco area.
or his mom.
Yeah.
His mom lives in Pasco.
No, the Angela's house was.
All right, here we go. 37 away.
Who was a big proponent for it? It's for people with like cerebral palsy and stuff like that. That was Charlie Daniels.
That was Charlie Daniels.
Yeah, I thought
Yeah,
it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, Charlie Daniels, the Angel.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Which I'm assuming is most of you.
From practicing in the garage
So if I decide to bust out a solo, do me a favor and give me the freedom to rock it.
to headlining stadiums.
And we will rock you.
With a few stops along the way, here's the most important one.
Hey, say it.
This is the Unsigned Band Review on the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Now, Brian, you can't be the first guest not to hit 1,000. When's the last time we didn't hit 1,000 likes on YouTube?
Before we even started doing this thing.
So like Brian, you need to coerce your fine YouTubers to get us to 1,000 likes, because it's embarrassing. Like it's almost like it's expected nowadays. So if you could, instead of singing stupid ass Charlie Daniels songs, maybe ask people in the last 40 minutes or so to hit that thumbs up button.
Somebody paid you $20 for that stupid ass Charlie Daniels song that I sang.
Oh, is that what it was?
Sicilian Redneck, $20.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you don't like money, I'll stop doing that. If you'd rather get a thumb than $20,
listen,
come over here,
asshole.
big boy, and I'll stick it right up you.
Yeah, okay. Why don't you chill out?
What's up, WB Sims?
Why don't you
Is
just
that an open offer, Brian?
Why don't you? Sit on this
thumb and smile, Bubba.
Seth wants to know if you're giving $20 thumb, and he might be able to find the 20.
I'm just saying.
Anyway, it's the Unsigned Band Review, and we got I think WB Sims on the phone, or I should say on the Zoom. Hello, WB. How are you?
Doing well. How are y'all?
Good.
Sounds like there's some marital issues in there. Or
Yeah,
something.
we got all. Yeah, we always are arguing, and
We're gay.
especially when we got Brian on. He's only here on Thursdays. He's a real piece of. He's a real asshole.
He's a good lawyer.
He's a great lawyer, but he's just sometimes too much, and I can't take him. That's why we only have him on once a week. But anyway, we brought this segment back after years and years of doing it. And I think our first band was Felicity.
Yes.
And that got approved.
Correct.
And then we had Lucas Diablo, and that got approved.
Yes.
And then we had Riding with Killers.
You forgot Below Alabama.
Below
Alabama. That got approved.
And the Wonderlands Band.
And then the Wonderlands Band, which is a guy who does all of his own music and then hires musicians when he goes on the road. And that got approved. And so now we have WB Sims. Now, WB Sims, how did you find out about, because most artists that find out about this aren't necessarily familiar with our program, but a friend of a friend or through social media or something heard what we did or knows what we do, try to give local bands and local people that are not on the national level a chance for some exposure, and they passed the information along to you. So how did you get in touch with us?
Yeah, well, I was it was Sand in My Boots Festival this weekend, and I was at a friend's house, and I'm kind of just talking about. I just released a song this past Friday, talking about how just trying to figure out, get my feet wet, maybe get in that festival one day. Playing with the Hangout a lot and getting that ownership group and relationships there, and but it didn't work out. There was a lot of ifs, there was a lot of maybes, and so the festival didn't work out this year.
Now, how many different artists will they have? Now, Lummy, my executive producer, he goes up there and he knows. Lummy, do you know the big time promoter, or do you work for somebody that is contracted by him?
He's contracted. He's friends with him. Matt. Matt. He's been working since they started.
So lock it in,
Hangouts.
WB. You'll be there next year, buddy. We got you.
Well, maybe.
Yeah.
So, but how many different artists will? How many different stages do they have?
They have two main ones, and but year round, the Hangout itself as a business has a big stage, and they put on local acts, and so I just signed a contract with them to play there a lot over the summer, and so they were talking about talking to Morgan Wallen's team and getting me on, and didn't work out, so I was like, well, I'll just go down there. My buddy has a house near there, and just hang out near the area that weekend. We had the bright idea of, as people were walking by, we set up a speaker system after the festival and played music off the pool deck. So I didn't play at Sand in My Boots. I played next to it. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm going with. But
now, did you when you said you set up a speaker, did you have a full blown band, or was it just you kind of doing a one man band deal?
Yeah, just kind of me and a guitar, man. I was like, you know what? Like, I have gigs this weekend. I have my PA system in the back. I was like, why don't I just set up and play as people walk by? And so did that and had a lot of fun that weekend, and then met Lummy, and he was like, hey, so you're doing music and everything. I was like, yeah. He was like, what's kind of your next kind of goals? And I was like, well, I've never really dove into radio yet. And he goes, oh, we have this show on Thursdays that we do. And when he was talking about Thursdays, I didn't realize he meant this Thursday. Man, Lummy gets to work.
Oh yeah, let me get stuff done. Yes.
Like, yeah, man. So yeah,
he told you
about
about our segment, and then you submitted your song. Now, is your song just you, or do you have an accompanying band? Like when you said you signed a gig with the Hangout, will you have musicians? Will it be a full 4 or 5 piece band?
Yes, sir. It'll be a 4-piece for this weekend. My mom said, wait, so do you have a band or is it just you? And I'm like, well, it's WB Sims, but it's a full band, like Luke Bryan. And then she kind of chuckled and went, huh, like Luke Bryan. So shout out, Mom. But it's a 4-piece band for this.
Do you give them your music to learn? Do they have to learn your stuff? I mean, or are they already familiar? Are they already familiar with your stuff because you use the same guys all the time to play things?
Yeah, well, I started my band up in Nashville when I lived up there for about 6 years, and that's kind of my main group of guys. That's who I record with. So that's if ever I'm traveling on the road, I'll take them. And then down here, when I moved down to Daphne, Alabama about a year and a half ago, and then got a group of local guys, for the gigs that I can't afford to bring my Nashville guys down for. And we've really started gelling as well. So I kind of got two different bands. The Nashville band's kind of a full 5-6 piece band, and then the Mobile band down here is kind of
now. How many like when you do a gig? How many songs like will be WB Sims originals, and then like I'm assuming you almost, if you're going to be in a bar setting, you almost got to play. You got to play the covers of the big hits, or people would be like, listen, your stuff's good, but play us some stuff that we know, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and you got to get the people singing along, and I kind of call it a like a cover sandwich a lot of times. Like if you're going to play your own stuff, play something that people they'll look at you and go, oh, that sounded good, or I know that song, and then hit them with an original, and then play another cover while they're listening to Remember You By. So. I'd probably say it's 70-30 right now, just because I'm playing 4-hour sets.
So what covers always work? Like what covers? Like if you're like, okay, I got a little bit of a flat crowd here, I got to get them going. There's got to be some like a rock. If you had a rock band and they were like, okay, Back in Black, we just got to go with Back in Black, or Motley Crue, Girl, whatever. These anthems that will certainly pack the dance floor or get the crowd excited. In the country world, after you played your original, maybe people didn't really know it, or they didn't really react to it the way you wanted, and you got kind of a flat audience at that time, and the owner's, he's keeping score about all this, whether he's going to have you back or not. What do you go right into? Do you go into a Kenny Chesney? Do you go into a what's your top three? I got to pull something out of my ass.
Oh, yeah. I'd say top three. It depends on the crowd. You get to learn a lot about a crowd as you're playing covers to them. You're like, okay, this is an older crowd. This is a new gen, whatever. I'd probably say You Never Even Call Me By My Name, David Allan Coe.
Right.
At the Floribama, that always rocks, man. It's so much fun. And then maybe Courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue, Toby Keith. Country music and patriotism a lot of times goes.
Can't go wrong with that.
Right, yeah, and then, but then we always end the show, or unless we feel like this is going to be like the most people that we have, we do a really kind of fast-paced, fun version of Folsom Prison, where it's just we speed it up and we just rock, and every band member gets a solo. Sometimes if it's my Nashville band, we got a saxophone on it that not a lot of people hear kind of that combination. So it's we usually get down with some Folsom Prison if we're trying to get everybody going.
WB Sims Music on Facebook, Instagram, same with period between the W and the B. TikTok, WB Sims. If you need more information, you can go to his Facebook, Instagram, or TikTok. His email, if you would like to correspond with WB, is Sims, SIMS, at WBSims.com. And so now WB, that like we collectively, all of us have been in radio and content for a long time. And although since we've brought this segment back, we can't seem to. I don't know if we've gotten soft in our old age, and we just think that everything's good, and we don't have the heart to tell somebody they suck. But we genuinely will be pretty honest and write down various notes on things that we think you could potentially do better, or on glaring things that we think could be better. So please, we're asking you not to take it it personally. We're just going to give you our honest opinion. We'll take notes, and and you may not. You may not get approved. We may say, well, WB, we probably don't. We kind of don't like that song. Maybe rewrite something and come back at us here in 6 months. We'll give you another shot. So now we've not had that in a while. So hopefully yours is not the first one that we disapprove of. But we
pressure's on, man.
But but please don't don't hold it against us, because we are on 6 different visual platforms. We're on Rumble, YouTube, X, Facebook, Twitch, and we have group. There's I have 6,000 people right now just in our Rumble section. So we go to them too. So we're monitoring what they're saying as they're listening to the music. Seth Kushner, one of my co-hosts, has been in everything from top 40 to alt rock to talk radio. We have a gamut of experience with regards to music. So we're just going to give you our personal opinion based on being, having a radio background. Although country isn't necessarily genres that we've done, we appreciate good music. Good music is good music. How it's mixed, how it's produced. Can we hear the vocals? How's the hook? Like last week, Lummy. I think one of our criticisms to the was it the Wonderlands?
No, it was Lucas Diablo.
It was Lucas Diablo, and we were like. His song was called 24 Hours, and it was more like going through a day, but there was no hook. We never heard 24 Hours, and so that was one of our criticisms.
And he sounded muddy. And
his vocals sounded muddy, and we never really heard a hook. Although we approved him and we gave him a thumbs up, we had some criticism, of his music. So let me ask you a question.
If you're growing, you're dying. So, bring it on.
What's behind you? It looks like you're at there's some double doors behind you. Are you where are you at?
I'm in the office of my house. I rent a house with 3 different dudes, and we all kind of have a little shared workspace that we'll kind of come in and out of. So that's just I've actually never really looked in there. It looks like a bunch of board games and Legos. My roommate's into Legos.
I thought maybe you were at a music studio or something. That was maybe an entrance into the facilities. Okay, so without further ado, let's take a step back. And the format that we do here, WB, is we listen to the entire thing. Uninterrupted. We don't stop it. We listen to it. Obviously, Don't Got a Boat is the single that you're giving us. Is this part of a larger EP, or is this just a single that you've released, digitally to hopefully people go and download?
Yeah, right now it's just a single that I've released individually. It's kind of my plan is to release singles and use all the money that I save up to on marketing and all that good stuff until maybe I can get some help with an album one day. So just kind of throwing out the really good stuff, because if you write 12, 14 song album and they're all you really believe in them all, then sometimes the really good ones can also get lost in that rotation. So I'm just trying to get really good singles right now. That's kind of my market. That's kind of my plan.
All right, so this is Don't Got a Boat by WB Sims. We're going to listen to it in its entirety, then we're going to come back with you with our observations. Okay, bud?
Let's do it.
Here we go.
Hey there, ladies. Wanna go for a cruise? Let me call my friend. He's getting off work, and he should be here soon. What's that you're asking? Why don't we leave him and just go now? Darling, my aim is to please, but he's got the keys. I'm only good for drinking off the bow. Well, I don't got a boat, I got a buddy that does. If you ask me how it's better, I'll say it's because he's the one with monthly payments, but we're both cruising buzz. Don't got a boat, got a buddy who does. No, I don't. Well, I don't got a boat. I could go to the dealer, sunglass tan with his cheap printed suit. He'd say, come here, son, got something you need to say. I've been saving it just for you. Just $500 every month for the rest of your life. Or I could go to the store and call up my friend and say Michelob or Busch Light. Well, I don't got a boat, I got a buddy that does. If you ask me how it's better, I'll say it's because he's the one with monthly payments, but we're both cruising buzz. Don't got a boat, got a buddy who does. No, I don't. No, I It's because if the boat hits a rock and it comes to an end, I'll swim back to shore and find a new friend with a boat. No, I don't. Well, a friend with a boat. Got a boat. Hey, anybody got a boat out there? Need a new friend? I don't got a boat. I got a buddy that does. Come on, ladies.
So it's WB Sims, and I don't got a boat. The fans love it.
Yeah.
The fans love it. I'm going to be a little more critical of it because I think I understand music a little better than they do. And then, Seth, I need your expertise, Brian, and then Lummy to come in. To me, the lyrics are great. Great lyrics. Your vocals are great. I almost feel like your vocals are too hot. I almost feel like by your vocals being too hot, it makes it sound like you're running all your music through like a Korg, and you don't have like real musicians playing the music. It's kind of a one-man band feel. It doesn't feel like there's a bunch of musicians making the music. I think by your vocals being too hot, and maybe indeed I did hit it that you did, mix all the instruments on a Korg or something like that. I think that if you had a 4 or 5 piece band playing this live or even at a studio, it would be far better sounding. But the lyrics are great, and you got a great voice.
Oh yeah.
But it kind of had a too much of a studio one-man band feel to it, in my opinion.
Gotcha. Okay.
Seth, what about you?
Well, I don't have that extensive of a breakdown. I just, took it for what it was. I'm not a country guy at all. I couldn't even say that I have one song of country that is favorited on my Spotify. But that's going to change after today, baby, because I love that song. That put me in a good vibe. I got nothing bad to say about it.
And the things, thank you.
Thank you.
And the thing, and the things that I have to say, WB, aren't one of the songs. The song's great. I just think that you need to remix it and make it feel more like you got 4 guys backing you than just it's a Korg or a music track that you've pre-produced. And am I right? Was it produced in that manner?
So it wasn't live. It was live musicians, but they were kind of segmented, So like it wasn't ever like the full band in the room together.
Right.
That what we kind of did was build kind of like a demo track first, and then have our guitar player come in and just kind of give him full creativity and just kind of like recorded each part one at a time. We recorded a track last time, full band kind of, and we realized it kind of limited creativity for the individual player. Everyone kind of felt like we got to get it and get out. But so, there's kind of positives and negatives with both. But, I definitely hear what you're saying.
I think it first starts with your vocals being too hot. I think your vocals being too hot makes the music sound trackish more so than live bandish. Seth, Brian, over to you, and then Lummy, over to you.
Yeah, it's a great little summer, yacht, boat song and yacht rock type country song, and again, the only thing I had was that you're right, especially early on in the song, the vocals are a little bit heavy in terms of the dominating the music, but
the dB levels.
Yeah, not my cup of tea in terms of music, but it's a good song. It's catchy. It feels, and somebody said this in chat. It's really weird because it feels like you've heard it before. Like in a way, because it's so catchy, and it's almost like immediately
it's a summer song.
By the time you've heard that first thing, it's like, oh, I know this song, and so that's kind of cool about it. But I'm no music expert. I don't know nothing.
Lummy, over to you.
I thought it had an Alan Jackson kind of sound with a little summer but the mixing. I kind of pictured where I wanted more of a sound where like the band, like you picture the band's all together and the artists and they're all hanging out in one studio playing. It sounded like they, like you said, they mixed it all individually.
It literally sounded like you have a Korg and you've preloaded all the instruments on various buttons and you mixed it that way. And I think I caught you in the fact that you said, yes, indeed, that's how you did it. And I think that maybe getting the guys back or maybe just remixing what they've already done by lowering the vocals, maybe putting some more effects on the guitar. But I think the song's brilliant. I think it's great. It's catchy. Yeah. There's nobody that said the song wasn't good. I think it needs remixed, in my opinion.
Seth really loved it. He just texted me, break out your Daisy Dukes, buddy. We're going to the Dallas Bull this weekend. So I think you won him over.
So Lummy, I think this does get an approval.
Chat loved it. Almost three out of 4 people loved it on chat.
And I think just maybe and again, WB, I don't want you mad at me. It's just and I've listened to a lot of music in my career, and I think I was kind of correct on my assumption of what I thought happened and how you recorded it. And I think you go back to the recording studio and it's you're 90% there. You just make some tweaks on the vocals and then on the instruments, and I think you're there, bud.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it, man. That's the thing of if you're where I'm at, you're trying to get as much advice as you can, and get in front of people that have either been where you want to go or know people that have gotten to where you want to be. So, I appreciate you guys sitting down and taking the time to not only, put light on me, but also give me advice. So I appreciate it, y'all.
With proper modulation, he has a hit, man.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, properly mixed and the vocals down a little bit, and then it sounded like the boys are all together and not individually tracked. Yeah, I think you got a radioable. I think you got a song that the country world would like and would take note of. So listen, maybe remix it if you want, or you just keep it the way you want. But if you do remix it, I'd love to have a copy of it. And in any other, with artists that we approve, Lummy, we always ask them, if you got another single coming down the line soon, let us know. We'll play it for you. So again, keep us posted on your new stuff, WB, and congratulations, you got approved.
Well, thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, we got another single coming out, I believe in September, called "What I Deserve," a little honky tonk gospel kind of play on words, and yeah, it's gonna be fun. But I appreciate it. But right now we're rocking with "Don't Got a Boat" for the summer, and just hitting up beach bars, and hopefully people tuning in. But yeah, thank you guys. I really appreciate it.
All right, my man. Good luck to you, and we will certainly help you all we can.
Yes, sir. Take care.
WB Sims.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Cover of Careless Whisper. That will drive the people bonkers. As soon as people hear that, they lose it. Panties drop.
Would your panties be dropping?
My panties be dropping. I'd be popping that pussy right in his face.
Whoa.
My man pussy. Right, Seth?
I'm going through menopause.
Menopause?
Menopause.
Well, I don't got a boat, I got a buddy who does. We take it on the weekend just because. I tell the girls come aboard and then I drug their drinks.
I gotta download some of that DB Cooper, man.
WB Sims? DB Cooper is the
guy who jumped out of the plane.
The guy that jumped out of the plane with the money.
WB Sims.
WB-40?
Wise men say
only fools rush in, but
I
can't help falling in love with.
Let me. Is that rainy?
It's raining a little bit out, Bubba, but it should be
No,
over
it's not.
soon.
All right, we'll have her call tomorrow.
Yeah, that's great.
Get a hold of her and have her call tomorrow.
Rainey, call tomorrow. She's in chat, Bubba.
Rainey, call me tomorrow about your skag.
Well, I don't have a dad, I have a buddy who does.
Was that the song?
Tomorrow,
It's
Rainey.
just there, you can do various, iterations of it. Yeah, I still listen to Stern. It's not as good as it used to be, but what is these days, He's not as good as he once was, but he's as good once as he ever was.
Pull that one out of.
Shit, man. I know it all, baby.
I'm not as good as I
Don't take the girl. That's a sad song. Tim McGraw. Yeah, little girl that he hated growing up. And he learned he loved pussy. And God took her away.
Pussy.
What?
But then he got another girl.
But he got another girl out of the deal. So he's even on girls in that song. Pat McAfee, not really. I mean, his show's on at 10 a.m. right?
Yeah, it's right after this.
Yeah, I got shit going on.
12.
Yeah.
12 to 3.
Are you talking about Shinedown's version or Seether's version of Careless Whisper? Because I'm familiar with Seether's version of Careless Whisper, but not Shinedown's. Well, I don't have a skag, I have a buddy who does. Make him cut my grass just because. Everybody in Oklahoma, Rainey has a skag now, so if you need to borrow it, just let her know.
She'll deliver it to you.
She'll bring it to you on a platter. Yeah, Billy Corgan's cover of Landslide's pretty good. Yeah. Shinedown did Simple Man. It's okay, Dave. Not all of us are music savants. Not really a full-on mother-in-law story, Rainey, just a partial one. A follow-up to last week's mother-in-law story on the Blizzard. Listen to the Blizzard. You can watch us on YouTube, exclusive. Yeah, I think Stern got a Sirius talking to by Sirius, and when the new leadership came in, they castrated him in his show.
Really?
Yeah. They just made it. He can't. He has to be.
Jennifer person.
Yeah, that Jennifer Witz came in and ruined the show. No more fucking salacious talk. No more strippers. No more porn stars. No more.
Yeah, but then he went real hard left.
I mean, so I don't even care about the political side of things. It's the content is what matters to me. To me, politics isn't really content. That's cheap crutch shit. Anybody can do a political show. It's so fucking easy. Literally anyone can.
I know, but he.
It's the drive-through.
He was
fast food.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, are you and Gary going to be able to get with WB and get that whitelisted so we don't get a
we don't have a problem with
violation? Who's on? Who's on the phone line? Anybody I need to know about particularly?
No, I'll check it.
P. Diddy's assistant was there. One of his many duties. He said his salary was $125,000 a year, and that included him.
It's LH.
It's LH. Oh, okay. Yeah. LH has always got some compelling rhetoric and some criticism of the show in a good and bad way. He calls us when we do well. LH appreciates it, and when we are stale and we suck, LH says that as well. So LH is a good barometer of potentially the show.
Hello?
Hello, LH. Well, you know what? We'll go ahead and end the show with you, LH.
Hey, what's going on, Bubba? Hey.
Yeah.
You know, it ain't nothing about the show. I was just listening to WB Sims.
Yeah.
I know, I ain't calling, I'm going to criticize because y'all critiqued it at the end. I was just calling, dude got a good voice. I was listening to the whole song. But the song sucked.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. It was a bad song. Like the last guys y'all had last week, y'all said wasn't no hook to his song. This dude, he don't have a boat, a buddy with a boat. Then when his buddy crashed the boat, he got a new buddy. He ain't got no buddy. He just want to ride on a boat.
Mark from Tarpon, $100.
Mark from Tarpon.
But
LH, I love.
Dude got a good voice. He got a nice voice. He can
Can't
flow.
talk to this guy. No.
But okay, I'm sorry.
No,
But
it's just LH.
I know
It's
the
just
show
LH.
ended. I'm trying to get it in.
No,
quick.
but it's like it's impossible to have a counter talk. Like you just won't shut up for us to get our stuff in. I was going to say.
I heard y'all stuff. I'm just trying to call in and get my stuff.
I was trying to say to you that you have an interesting observation because I think it's pretty funny what you're saying. Is what I'm saying.
No, I just critiqued it like y'all did, but I was trying to make it quick. I say, dude got a nice voice, but I just say the song wasn't good because I heard a song that there's another guy that got a song on a boat. I thought he got it from that. That's what I was saying.
The Lonely Island song?
I think there's a lot of songs, LH, about a boat, to be honest with you. I think,
Boats and Hoes?
It's called MF. I'm on a MF boat. Hey, it's like a funny song, but it's good. I thought he was doing that, but the dude got a voice. That's what I'm saying. But it was just a bad song to me.
Yeah.
Because he just kept saying the same thing over and over.
Bubba, would
That's
you?
all I was saying, Bubba. I wasn't calling in to talk nothing about your show. I was just calling in about.
I think you've grown to really like the show, LH. I think you really like our
Man,
show.
I love your show, man. I've been listening. Remember y'all used to do Trash It or Smash It? Y'all play the song. If you hated it, trash it. If it was good, play it. Back in the days.
Yeah. What were we going to say, Seth?
Critique it. You just cut it off in the middle of the song.
And then I would
trash it.
Then I'd smash it with a hammer if it was no good.
Yep.
Or I'd keep it. Seth, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, how open would you be to having LH be part of the Unsigned Band Review to give his unfiltered music opinion?
I think that would be an interesting twist, to be honest with you. I really do.
No, but I ain't going to come on every. You done did 5. That's the 5th. I listened to every one of them.
Well, then what's the big
deal? And you did.
Hold on. What would
the same? I think you getting soft, Bubba.
Listen.
You don't let them know that song was trash.
Listen to me.
He sound good.
We're
you
offering.
Saying, change this. Just say it was trash or good.
We're offering to you that after we go through, we have you on hold. Okay, because they're on Zoom. So
they live, exactly.
And so I say, okay, now we've gone through all of ours. We got an African American gentleman that listens to the show.
See, there you go with that again.
He doesn't like being called African
Why
American.
they gotta know I'm black?
We got one of our.
Why you know I'm black? Because I say that I might be a white dude that sound black.
All right, then let's take. Hold on. Let's take.
If that's the case, I want to meet you more than ever, LH.
Hold on. Let's take ethnicity out of it and then just position.
You the one keep saying that.
Just position it like, hey, listen, we got a really good.
Gotta let them know you're African American guy.
God damn it.
Critiquing a country song. It ain't got nothing to do with that. You saying it ain't got nothing to do with did we like the song or we like the genre? It's what we hear. I say he got a good voice, but I just didn't like the song. That's all I call to say, bro.
So what I was saying, LH, is when we're done giving our synopsis, we then go to the phone lines by saying we have this great listener named LH. He puts his spin. We have got to call you black. We don't got to call you white. We don't got to call you African. We just call you LH. We go to the phone lines and say, LH, what'd you think about the song? Boom. You lay it on us what your opinion is, and we'll consider that in our overall equation.
No. I'm not going to do that because.
Why?
I don't listen to country. I know country songs. Like I like the girl that sang the Monday Night Football.
Carrie Underwood.
mainstream.
Again, getting your spin on the fact you could have very well have said the guy's got a good voice, but the song sucks. What would be wrong with that? That would be funny and be entertaining.
That's what you used to do. That's what I'm getting at.
Seth,
you
can't win with this
dude.
You can't win with this dude.
Well, I think what he's trying to say, Bubba, is we've been pretty soft with these people. We've been pretty easy on them.
That is.
No.
You've been nice. Everybody done passed the test. Somebody got to fail.
All right,
Who want to be that guy?
Listen, LH, you're impossible. You're impossible to deal with.
I love you, LH.
You are virtually impossible
okay, I'm going to make a rap song, and you let me on. I'm going to see if you give me a thumbs up.
The sooner the better.
I'm going to write a rap song,
all right,
and I'm going to come on, and I'm going to see if I get a thumbs up.
The sooner the better, LH, because you know what? You are you're more impossible than a woman.
Write one called Softer Than Baby Shiz and make it about Bubba's reviews.
You're impossible. I try to give you a scenario as to how you can participate on the program, and you don't want to do it. So and you know what? I haven't gotten soft. Technology on how people record songs has gotten better. Has gotten better. I mean,
I don't have a boat. Who would sing about that?
All right, then. That could have been your
synopsis. But I got buddies with a boat, but I ain't got none. And when they wreck it, I'm going to go get another buddy with a boat. You didn't hear that?
Yeah.
Come on, bro. He's just a boat man. He ain't got no buddies. You wreck the boat, I'm going to go get another buddy with a boat. And tell my girl I ain't got none, but I got a buddy with one.
He's a boat digger.
All right, listen, my boat digger. Listen, my boat digger. We'll wait for your call after we get done doing it next Thursday for the LH rundown. Okay, buddy?
Yes, sir. And on the pinup, because if it's a good song, I ain't gonna call in at all.
All right.
You know, I was just saying that one wasn't good. You
it's all just his world. We're just living in it. We're just living in it.
His voice was good. But the song was thumbed down.
All right, LH. We appreciate you, my friend. Okay, buddy?
All right, Big B.
See you later. Jesus Christ almighty. And no, you know what? I haven't gotten soft. I told the dude what was wrong with his song. I think I was dead on. I think I caught him where he did have a Korg, mix minus each instrument. I don't think they were mixed properly. His vocals were too hot. But overall, his song was pretty good. And the reason why we're not getting songs that just blatantly suck nowadays is that the technology of being able to create music from home on your Pro Tools and various other things have gotten so much more advanced that it's hard to find something that just absolutely is horrid. Would you guys not agree? I mean, a lot of it's technology. I'm here, if anybody notices, I'm here to tell the artist each week that their song is one of the best songs that I've ever heard. I am not here to crush any dreams. I'm playing the good guy. LH hates you now. That's okay.
I'll start being stiff if you want, Bubba.
No, I don't. I just want to be honest. If something's horrible, I'll be the first one to say it's horrible.
The guy had a good voice.
It wasn't horrible. It wasn't horrible. Back in the day, we used to have horrible things. Now we get things that are mediocre to good.
Like this show.
Yeah, there you go. Like this show. And with that, we say goodbye. The Blizzard podcast will be recorded today. I don't know when it will be released, but it will be recorded today. Seth and
subscribe
Brian,
and watch us live on YouTube, you cheap animals. It's only $5. It's worth every cent.
I need 5 minutes to record. You know what? I'll just do that recording tomorrow.
No, you can do it now. We need 15 minutes anyways to wrap up the show.
Yeah, I haven't written it though. I need to write it, and so I'll just do it tomorrow. All right.
An apology letter?
No, it's Ocala Speedway commercial for next Saturday night's racing. But
Can I do it in my voice?
But thanks for being a dick. Appreciate you.
Ocala Speedway. Bubba Raceway Park.
We're canceling the Blizzard, Bubba. I can't handle this.
Boy, no, you don't have to. You'll pay for the whole seat, but
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
You're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up Bean.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of
counsel. Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.